We are live.
Hello.
Hello,
I
hello.
can see some people have been commenting. So hello, 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 hello. Wrong channel. There we go. Hello, hello. So Lisa will be joining us later. Yes. What is everyone reading? Liv, what are you reading?
I am reading, it's currently in a Royal Readathon dust jacket, but Crescent City.
I'm very excited for you to be reading this. I'm
to be
burning one of my Grace and Honey candles for Crescent City. I'm just going to show you the dust jacket. I'm reading the Unbroken, so I haven't started it yet, but it is in my Star Wars sleeve. So yeah, what's everyone else reading? Hello, 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 hello. Treating myself to a movie afternoon. Thank you. I mean, what movies were you gonna watch? Is the question. Ooh. I feel like I'm the only person on BookTube that didn't like Assassin's Apprentice, but my mum has just read it and she really liked it. So I think
haven't picked it up.
I think it's too high fantasy for you. You wouldn't get on with it.
I don't do too high fantasy. No. I'm struggling with Throne of Glass. Throne of Glass series. I still haven't picked up Tower of Dawn or Kingdom of Ash.
Rereading Rage of Dragons. Is that's that chunky one, isn't it? Like that sounds intriguing. Son of Neptune. Ooh. Oh, City of Fallen Angels. Yes. Is Son of Neptune part of the Heroes of Olympus? Because that's the next one the next like series from Rick Riordan's world that I'm gonna be reading. I'm pretty sure that is in that one. Curious to see what you think of the Unbroken. Oh, I hope I like it. I'm reading it for a book club, so like the Space Sirens book club. So hopefully. Last uni tutorial. Oh, I have the Prison Healer as well. But yay for last uni tutorial. Jade City. Oh, TBR Pursuit. Yes, cannot wait for that. Oh, I mean, I'm glad you chose us over. I have a rocky relationship with the After from when it was a fan fiction, so yeah.
I keep seeing it advertised and I'm like, do I want to read it? I've heard some really polarized views. Either people love it or they're like, no, don't go near it. So I haven't gone near it.
I mean, I wouldn't tell people not to read it, but I personally won't ever read the published books because I read the fan fiction and I hated it so much.
See, I don't think I'd ever read the books. It would be a case of watching the movies.
Yeah. The only reason I'd watch the movies is because isn't Cole Sprouse? Is it Cole Sprouse or Dylan Sprouse that's in them? One of the
Dylan,
Sprouse.
I think.
Yeah.
Dylan, because Cole's in Riverdale.
Yes, he is.
And Dylan was in this.
That's it. Ooh, new video. I've heard a lot about Dosa, but I don't think it's my sort of book. But it does sound good. Starting with To Kill a Kingdom. I love that book so much. My Dark Vanessa. Nice. Hello.
Hello.
Hello to my sister.
Hello.
We do collect the fowls even on the fowls live stream.
The fowls are everywhere.
Son of the Storm. Ooh, I've not heard of that one. Second book. There we go. Yeah, I've got to try and get through this, and I want to have a 2-day break between Royal Readathon finishing and whatever athon starting, so that I get like a little bit of a break from reading. Haven't read for weeks. I need to finish Wind Witch. Oh, I hope you manage to finish it. I am so excited. I know I've still got to read Sight Witch this week, but Blood Witch is my favourite. So I'm really excited to get to that in June. Assassin's Apprentice is actually one of my reads for Readathon, but I can sometimes be a slow reader. And also, that is a fairly chunky book. It's not the chunkiest of Robin Hobbs, but it's still pretty chunky. So getting a head start is a good thing. Read the fanfic and it was super dramatic. Yeah.
Yes! I love that book.
That book is on my Royal Readathon TBR.
I love that book so much.
I'm excited to read it this week. Alice. Oh, I really liked Alice. It's not my favourite of Christina Henry's books that I've read so far, but I really liked it and I need to read the second and third one. But Christina Henry's brilliant.
I've read Little Mermaid.
If I was collecting the fowls. Yep. I mean, I wouldn't say plague. Plague's a sore word. We won't go there. I'm going to switch back and forth between Assassin's Apprentice and Jade City. Ooh. I'm tempted to read Jade City, but I have so many books I need to read that I might just hold off on it for a bit.
I've not heard of Jade City.
I've not read the blurb, but I've seen so many people talk about it, especially recently as well, that I'm just like, the more I hear about it, the more I'm intrigued by it. But reading a Filipino book series called Janice Silang. I've probably pronounced that wrong. I'm on the third book. Hope to get a good dump with this reading sprint. Hello. Hope you managed to get a good amount in there. I don't really know how long we're going to go for. We're going to, until either you get sick of us or we get tired. But we will have Lisa coming on in a little bit. Shall we do a maybe 45-minute sprint starting at past? Just get straight in there. Get some reading. Really want to be fair,
this is my biggest book in the Royal Readathon TBR, so I need to get it read.
Getting the chunky ones out of the way so I can focus on the other ones.
Definitely.
Trying to read Dawn Tread Out so I can get started on Witch War. I'm pretty sure because Tony and my mum are buddy reading that this week, and I think mum started it this morning, but I don't know how far into it she got. So, yes. Love the long sprints. They're not quite as intense as when Jade does intense sprints, but they're sort of like the middle ground. But I do love an hour-long sprint. I get so much read. Hoping to get a good bit read before I have to leave to go tour a house. Oh, exciting. Ooh. I want to tour a house. Reading Hex for the Ursula prompt. Ooh. Hex just sounds good. I have a book called Hex Life. I haven't read it yet, but it's witches.
Reading Sanctuary for the Ursula prompt.
Actually, I really hope you like that.
Sanctuary and All the Bad Apples because I'm off this week, so I've done 2 books for each prompt.
I hope you like Sanctuary because I really liked that. Planning to have a fireplace ambience in the background. Oh, yes. Nice. Cozy vibes. That sounds amazing. Halfway through. Everyone's reading Assassin's Apprentice. Glad you're loving it. I want everyone to love it. And I was really tempted to give the second book a go, but I don't want to like force myself to read it just for the sake of it. But I am going to give is it the Live Ship Traders is the second trilogy? I'm going to give that one a go because it follows different characters and it's like on ships. So I might like that one more. But yeah, that's my plan. That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, I've not read any of the Hobbs books. They're just too high fantasy for me.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. They look so pretty on a shelf though. Like,
love a pretty book.
We love pretty books. Cup of tea, it does. I know.
I think someone wants you to read them.
I think the audiobooks keep going on and off of script for me, so I might like try the second book on audio, not on physical though. Because I started reading the first one on my Kindle, and then I ended up just listening to the audiobook because I just could not get into it, and because I was buddy reading it, I thought I'll give it a go on like audio, and I got through it better, but yeah, we'll see. I want to try Hop. It's definitely one that I think everyone should try. That, well, maybe not Liv, but
No.
everyone who likes those sort of books should try. Oh, I went that one. If you like Live Ship, then you have to go back to Farseer. I'll see. Maybe. I'm actually going to be doing a free trial of BookBeat because my mum wants to read, and you'll like this, Liv, The Cruel Prince this week, and the audiobook is on BookBeat, so we're going to do the free trial, and then I'll probably just keep it and maybe get rid of Scribd because it annoys me how it just cuts you off after like 2 popular books. Yes, there is a £3 sale on Audible, and I need to go through and look at what is on there because I love a £3 sale on Audible.
I've still got 1 credit left from my trial. I might try and get an audiobook for Crescent City as well. Let's see if that, because I always find chunky books.
I have the audiobook for it. I just haven't.
I find chunky books harder, so I might try if I can find the audiobook for it.
I think it's so much easier to audiobook big books like that, especially with the later books. They're like, they would knock you out if someone like hit you with them.
Yeah, I'm bearing in mind this book is 799 pages long. I'm scared for book 2 because Sarah's books always get bigger as the series goes on.
Yes,
so
they do.
I'm a little bit like, okay, how is there going to be like 800, 900 pages in this book? Yeah. I thought Lord of Shadows was long at 699 pages.
I think Chain of Iron is like around about the same length as well. I think that's about just under 700, I think. Which you've got that to come.
I do have that to come. I'm behind with my Cassie books.
You're not that far behind. We're getting
to be fair,
them.
not anymore. Not since we've read Chain of Gold, Lady Midnight, and Lord of Shadows. Yeah. But I've still got Queen of Air and Darkness, Shadowhunter Market, and Chain of Iron, and Lost Book of the White.
Oh yeah, because you haven't read that one yet.
I haven't read.
For some reason, I thought you had.
I started reading it, but I did the same thing as I did with Red Scrolls. As I started reading it, read like 2 chapters, and then was like, "Oh, another book," and started reading another book, and soft DNF'd it. I'm going back to it, but I didn't finish it, so I need to restart it.
The chapters are so long. Put it on double speed if you can. I listened on double speed because I'm used to listening to everything on double speed. But also the narrator isn't the quickest narrator, so I would never have got through it if I hadn't put it on double speed. But they are really long chapters.
I thought the Lord of Shadows chapters were long on single speed, and they were like 40 minutes.
Yeah, Cassie has her moments with chapters. Hello. Thank you. They go all the way up there, but obviously you can't see that. They're missing some books that I've taken out for my June TBR as well, because I filmed that yesterday. I need to edit it. Not happening yet. Nope, she has read Magnus. You have, haven't you? Yes.
I read Magnus Bane Chronicles, and I've read Shadowhunter Academy, but I need to
read Shadowhunter
Market.
Kind of have to read Shadowhunter Academy before Dark Artifices. In my opinion, anyway. I'm very strict with the reading, like
And I feel like you have to kind of read those books before the Elder's Curse trilogy as well, especially Lost Book of the White. I read like the first couple of chapters, and if you hadn't have read Shadowhunter Academy, you'd be a little bit confused, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, the thing is, I don't like really short chapters that are like 2 pages long. I like chapters that are like 10 pages long. That's like a good length of a chapter.
I really liked Wicked Fox's chaptering, because I finished that at the beginning of the week, and like you would have like a 10-page chapter, and then you'd have like a 2-page and a 1-page, and then you'd go back to a 10-page, and it was nice to break it up. Cassandra Clare's chapters are just getting ridiculous at the moment. I think I counted one, and it was like 30 pages. I'm like, that's half a book.
Yeah, I know there's people out there that listen to it on just like 1 speed, and I'm like, how? Like I can only listen to it on 2 or above.
To be fair, when I first started listening to Lord of Shadows, I had it on 1 speed because I was also doing something else at the same time. I was working at the same time.
Yeah.
And I tried to do it on 2 speed, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? I couldn't understand what was happening because it was going too fast. But I did start listening to it at 2 speed when I started reading along with it. I felt trying to read along and listen at the same time at 1 speed was slightly ridiculous.
Yeah, and I find that just like goes to show how quickly you do actually read.
Yeah.
Like I always have it on between 3 and 3.5 if I'm like reading along physically with the audiobook on.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I can only do that if I've got the words in front of me as well. That's the only time. But like I like bow down to people who can, because that is impressive. I wish I could. I've tried. I think I did with Lord of the Rings, because I was reading the second book and I was just so bored and I knew what happened. So I was just like, just fast forward it basically. I don't need this. I found a good bit of Hobbs mass market books, and yeah, you always seem to see Hobbs books in like charity shops and stuff. Not where I live, but you always get 50 Shades of Grey in my charity shops. Lots of them.
I haven't.
Always.
I don't really look at the books around my charity shops because there's not very many sort of like YA books or young adult books or any, it's mainly where I live, odd people clothes, like hand knitted jumpers.
Yeah.
Which is fine, but it doesn't help me when I'm trying to look for secondhand books.
We've got a few people who love a 2.
Yeah, I love a 2
I'm
to
sorry.
3-page chapter.
The odd one is fine, but like when you get those books that like the chapters are consistently tiny, and I'm just like, I can't deal with this. Just give me actual like chapters.
I think Tracy Wolfe in the Crave series does a fair few small chapters.
Yeah.
She kind of, I'm trying to think of Cavette, the last book that I read of hers. Yeah, there are quite a few 2 to 3 chapters, like 2-page chapters, should I say.
I'm reading that next month. Courtesy of you. How? I have no idea how, but impressive. Ooh, that's an idea. Sneak. I might make. I've just got water for now, but I might move on to sneak.
I got blackcurrant squash.
I might make a sneaky sneak later. Yeah, but okay. Yeah, it's so easy to like read at that, like listen at that speed when you've got the book in front of you. Having a massive rake around charity. Oh yes, I'm excited for that vlog. I don't really have many charity shops around me. I have a few, but their book section is so tiny. There is a Oxfam bookshop in London. I can't remember exactly where it is. It's kind of near Piccadilly, and it is huge. And that's where I actually found my hardback of the second book in the Bone Season series for £3. It's the best.
How come we've never been there before?
because we were going to go and then everything locked down. We
This
were
is
going to
true.
go last year.
This is true.
Oh my god, the smart scenes on 3.5. I kind of want to re-listen to it just to listen to those scenes on 3.5 because that would be an experience. Yeah, to be fair, I never thought I would get into them. And then my friend gave me her login details so that I could test one out, and I ended up getting hooked on audiobooks. But I tend to like have a little listen first of the sample before I actually commit to buying it, because some narrators I'm just like, nope.
To be fair, I have only listened to Lord of Shadows on audiobook, and even then I read like the first half of the book on audiobook, and then I stopped the audiobook and just read.
James Masters is a really good narrator though. I mean, I knew he would be because it's literally Spike from Buffy. But yeah. I mean, I feel this. Yes.
There's no need to explain it. Just buy new books.
Yeah. I will always advocate for more books. Always. Yeah, I kind of need to. I have got the audiobook because I caved on release day because I wasn't sure when my physical books were going to like arrive. So I just used a credit and just got it on release day.
To be fair, I think I would as well.
I mean, I've been reading fan fiction since I was like very young. I mean, I say very young, like teenage years. So I'm like, no reactions anymore.
I mean, reading, I could do reading. Reading, I'll be absolutely fine. Like, I can read smart scenes and not show a single feature on my face. Listening to it is a different thing entirely.
It's definitely cringe, but it's hilarious when the narrator. I can imagine that would be so funny. I'm gonna just like find one of those scenes, just listen to that scene. Also, I've just noticed the time and we went a little bit over. Should we still just go to 3? So like a 38 minutes. Very random amount of time. I mean, that's understandable. I can understand that. The ACOTAR series was the first series I ever listened to on Audible that had smutty scenes in, and I was absolutely fine, like no reaction whatsoever. Okay, right. Let's. I do not know how to do the timer on here, so we're just gonna.
Joys of iPads.
We're just gonna do that. Yeah, I had technical difficulties with my laptop, so we've had to use iPad instead, but it's fine, it works. So yeah, we'll see you in just over half an hour.
I'm going to mute.
Hello. How did you do?
Hello. Sorry, my parents were walking outside and I've got to put my headphones in.
Okay. How did you do?
I managed 20 pages.
How much, sorry?
20 pages.
Nice. I did 29. I did keep getting distracted by my phone.
I didn't get distracted as such. I just sort of had to get into the right headspace for this, because although it is fantasy, it's set in a different world. So I got to get used to the world first. So I probably won't get really into it until like a good couple of chapters.
Yeah. So there was a comment before, Birthday Girl by Penelope Douglas. Yeah, I've heard that's very, very smutty. Kindle book does not have pages, but I read 2 chapters. Nice. 1 chapter. That's still a lot of pages for Robin Hobb. 114.
Wow.
Nicely done. My mum's here.
Hello.
Woke up. Gonna be reading Witchwar. Ursula Prompt. Read 18 pages. The Unbroken is going okay. I don't know, I'm finding it hard to focus on it at the moment. I'm hoping that's just a me thing and not the book. But I am only 29 pages in, so I'll give it a little bit more to see how I get on with it. Just come. Hello. Oh, it jumped. There we go. 32 pages, and I can see Lisa is waiting. So I'll just quickly go through these, and then we can say hi to Lisa. 46 pages of The Secret Lives of Church Ladies. I'm really enjoying it. Yay! Oh, it was nice. That's good.
Ooh.
I can't wait to see that. Uploaded my video and read 15 pages. That will be being watched very soon. Only managed about 6 pages as I was eating for most of the sprint. I mean, food, understandable.
Food's
A few
important.
pages and had lunch. Loving the food. I am hungry, but it's not dinner time yet. Got a teeny tiny bit distracted, but read 23 pages. That's still good. I mean, I only read 29 pages and I kept getting distracted. 37 pages. I'm over 100 pages in now. Nice. 37 pages. 35 pages. 24 pages of The Book Thief. Oh, favourite books. Nice. Lots of room for whatever-a-thon. Didn't read much, struggled to focus, watched BookTube. That's still fair. It still counts, it's books. 54 pages for Only Mostly Devastated. I love that book so much. Okay, so you ready, Lisa? Hello.
You're muted at the moment.
Yeah,
Oh, there we go.
I've just unmuted myself.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, good. Oh, I can see you're reading To the Kingdom. How are you liking it so far?
I'm really enjoying it so far. Just finished chapter 5, and I don't know, I kind of like Lyra, that's how you pronounce it. Even though you're probably not supposed to like a siren that like rips people's hearts out, but I do.
No, I really liked that book, and I liked her other book, Into the Crooked Place. I've got the sequel, but I haven't read it yet. But that's not Sirens, so yeah.
Oh yeah, I've got that on my wish list to get.
It is good. Did I?
Let's have a look.
Yeah, we're gonna have to have a look now.
Oh, I did.
Oh, you did! Oh, congratulations!
Yay! I mean, it will probably go down because it's been sort of like fluctuating a bit.
Oh, mine does that all the time. It's so annoying. I'm like, yay! And then I'm like, no.
You get really excited, and then you're like, the next day it's like you've lost like 5, and it's like, oh, okay. But yay! Thank you.
But the thing is with my channel is that I started off like doing beauty and makeup unboxings and stuff like that when I first set it up a few years ago. So now that when I've started up again and started doing more bookish content, I'm guessing people that subscribe for that reason are like,
Yeah.
she's not doing beauty anymore, so bye.
See, I only had about 100-ish subscribers when I used to do YouTube a few years back for
Same.
like beauty and makeup and stuff. So yeah, I don't know if they've all unsubscribed now. But finally finished Red Seas Under Red Skies. Ooh.
Heard that one.
Hello, Lisa.
Hi, Sharon. You okay?
Yeah. So I when I decided to do BookTube though, I went and like privated all of my old videos because I was like, I don't want them on there anymore.
Yeah, I made the mistake of not doing that, and then one popped up on my feed the other day. I was like,
I tried starting a booktube, but I'd never have the motivation to actually stick with any of it.
You did a few videos.
I did quite a few videos, and they are still up on my YouTube channel, but I haven't really done any since
I love
July
filming.
last year.
Yeah, I love filming, but it's like when you have to sit down and edit. I mean, maybe it's because my editing skills are pretty basic and trash, but it's like when I sit there and I realise how much I ramble and how much I sit there going, and then I don't look at the camera, and then I'm just kind of like, I don't know what I'm doing.
For me, it's the effort. Like, I quite like blogging because I can literally sit in pyjamas in my bed,
no
makeup on my face, hair all over the place.
Have you seen the same in my videos? I'm like...
But with YouTube, I feel like, for me personally, I have to put a full face of makeup on, get my hair done, or not get my hair done, but like sort out my hair, wear presentable clothing, which takes like an hour before you even start filming. Then you got to do the filming, which is like another hour and a half, depending on how long the video is, and then the editing on top. So for me, sitting down for half an hour and blogging is much more manageable. But then even that, I don't do that every month.
See, honestly, if you've watched any of my videos, I look like absolute trash. I'm an absolute chaotic mess in all of my videos. Even my sit-down ones, I'm like, do I need makeup?
No, you don't need it.
I'm a qualified makeup artist, but I don't wear makeup. Why?
I'm trying to finish my book today. I only have 167 pages left, and it's a fairly quick read. Yeah, that's definitely possible, and thank you. Hello, Lisa.
Johnny.
I think I clicked to the 400th one. Thank you. my like
just keep it going up.
My low-key goal by the end of the year is 500, but
I'm sure we can get you there way before then. So let's just.
Hey.
Hey yo.
Thank you. Yeah, my family are the only people that call me Becky.
Hi, Jade. There is a me. Hola.
We're growing in numbers.
Yeah. Like the last time, because this is only the second time me and Liv have done like the live sprints, and the first time we did it, there was like 5 people watching, one of which was my mum. So there was only really, like 4 people watching, and now there's like 36 people watching.
See, the only time I've ever been on a live before this was when I went on Jade's live when she did the hat.
Yeah.
That's not a hat, but the hat. The hat was.
The hat is what gave Liv her nickname of Shrimp.
I know. Oh God. Every time I say.
Mine was Tomato.
Every time I hear the word shrimp now, I'm like, Liv, let's do a shrimp, Liv.
That's fine. What's really confusing is that on Patreon, I am Shrimp Livy, and not Patreon, Discord. And so I'm in multiple Discord chats, and all of them now have my name as Shrimp Livy. Yeah.
The hat is great.
It is.
I love the sprinting hat. It was a great idea.
The last time, Liv, you was on it the last time Jade did the sprinting hat, I was having one of those days where I just was not feeling great. So I was like, I'm just not gonna like put the word in because people don't need to see that.
See, I stopped caring because, like, when I did my beauty videos, like, a lot of the beauty videos I used to do was, like, makeup tutorials. So the actual raw footage of that could be an hour or 2 hours. And then for me, I'm quite perfectionist. If I do my makeup and it didn't look perfect, I wouldn't film. So, or I would get through and start editing a video, and I would literally, the amount of videos I trashed and binned because I felt like I looked awful. So I'm just like, if everyone sees me barefaced, hair a mess, not giving a fuck, then they can't really judge me, can they? Because that's what they always see me like. So if I decide to put makeup on one day, then I do. But yeah, I got sick of trashing videos because it'd take me like hours to film a video, and I'd just bin it.
Yeah.
My friends are like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "No, I don't like it."
The only time I put makeup on now is if I'm doing a sit-down video, or like today, because I don't go out anymore. So
to be fair, this is the first time I've put makeup on. Oh no, I did put it. Did I put it on when I went out with the girls? Oh, I can't remember. Did I put makeup on last Friday or not? I think I put makeup. I did put on makeup last Friday. But before then, I hadn't put makeup on since I was filming in July. Like, I just hadn't put makeup on in like a year because there was no point. My face wasn't anywhere.
Yeah.
For me, it was probably the first time I did makeup was when I left my job and I was going for like drinks with my friends. They were taking me out for some like leaving drinks, and I thought, oh, I'll put some makeup on then. But oh no, I did a shadow and bone like review, and I put some makeup on for that. But other than that, I've not put makeup on since like even before COVID, because I just I used to be in the beauty community and it was just such a toxic place to be. So I was just like, nah, I just gave up.
Yeah. But
your makeup is always so nice, though, Jade.
Yeah. And
especially you do the yellow with the orange hair.
It's just too much effort. But I really like when Jade does like the colour in her eye.
Yeah.
I sometimes do that, but it just never looks right on me. So I don't really do it much.
I like doing winged liner. Like, winged liner is my thing.
Chloe also has the right idea. Just don't wear makeup. No one will expect you to wear makeup. Yeah.
See, where I used to work, because I had this thing because I used to do clients outside of work, and then when I did my clients, I felt like I had to make myself look presentable, so I'd do myself some makeup as well. Like when I went to my day job, I didn't do makeup. So then when we went on a night out with my friends, they were like, it's like, we didn't believe you could really do makeup, but yeah. So there you go.
You're psychic, Lisa.
It's a Jade trend, in it, orange hair, yellow eyes. It's a thing.
Yeah, only wear it if I go out, which is rare. Only when I film. Yeah, like when I start having to go back into the office, I'll start wearing makeup. But like when I was in the office before, I literally it would be eyeshadow and mascara and then lipstick. No full face of makeup. Foundation was only a thing if I went out.
I didn't wear makeup at all when I in the office, and I don't plan on changing that at all because, you know, like you say, you start wearing makeup, you have to wear it every day.
I feel this.
Yes.
This
so much.
Right? I have like an entire drawer of eyeshadow palettes.
Oh my god,
to be fair, 3 of them. I justify the amount of makeup that I have because of the cosplays that I've started doing.
Yeah.
Oh, I love cosplay. Like, oh my god.
So, you know,
yeah.
Cosplaying, I'm going to need different types of eyeshadow.
My favourite cosplay, well, I say cosplay, but the favourite makeup look that I did around Halloween was when I turned myself into like this, I don't even know what she was. It was kind of like Cleopatra type winged eyeliner with like the Egyptian sort of thing around my eye, and then I had like fangs, and I had contacts in that had green eyes, and I just loved it. And I just did loads of TikTok videos, and I don't do TikTok anymore either, but I did loads of TikTok videos of me like this little character. I loved it.
Yeah.
I kind of, my favourite cosplay that I've done is Princess Aurora.
I love that dress.
The dress is amazing. However, when we can start doing cosplays again and going out again, I want to do Morrigan.
Yes.
I want to do the red dress from Akamath. I want to, yeah.
See, this one, I only really have to have one like video call meeting a week in work, and I don't wear makeup for it. But to be fair, when I'm working, I wear my glasses anyway, so you can't actually see my eyes. So
Yeah.
and it's literally with like 4 people, and I genuinely don't care if they see how I look.
See,
So
my office, we don't do any video calls
It
at
does.
all.
always look good. Yeah, we only have that. That's the only one we have. It's just one a week.
There's one of my colleagues likes to do video calls, but I have the excuse that my Wi-Fi doesn't work very well on Teams, and it doesn't. It gets really patchy. So to stop that, I don't turn on my video.
I mean, that's
Oh
fair.
God, I love that. I might try that when I start my new job. I'm like, it don't work well on Teams. I just can't do this.
Yeah, I used to only wear mascara. Like, I went through a whole phase where I only wore mascara, but then I started wearing eyeshadow again. But yeah, I genuinely don't care. But just like sometimes it makes me feel better. I'm not even like, oh, people are gonna see me with makeup. Just like
Yeah.
putting it on, having that routine of putting it on helps me. But
Yeah.
I could imagine having a baby takes up that time.
Yeah.
So it's understandable.
Where I haven't used my makeup, I need to go through it all because I'm pretty sure some of like my foundation has like gone off. Where it's been,
same.
my foundation is like 2 years old now, and
Yeah,
like
please get
I need to do a full clear out of my makeup. All my makeup needs to be cleared out. I need to wash all my makeup brushes as well because I haven't used them.
Washing makeup brushes is a nightmare.
Honestly, I just know.
I'm really glad I don't have loads of video calls in work.
Yeah, that's not the life for me.
where I sit, like when I'm working, you can see like behind me there's like a shelf, and it's got all my special edition books on and a couple of my massive Funkos. And my colleague was like, are they your books behind you? I was like, that's one shelf of my books.
I love that. Are they your books?
That's not all of them. That's not even like
It's like a
of them.
portion of my book collection. Honestly, like, you can't see me, but behind me there's I can't point, there's a bookcase there, but then there's like a bookcase, 2 bookcases, bookcase down there and a bookcase in my bedroom. And I was just talking to Liam the other day, I don't know if he's still here, but I've been trying to work out what space I have in my bedroom where I can fit some more bookcases. So like my bedroom's tiny.
I do not have a bookshelf. I do have a bookshelf. It's in this cupboard here. You can't see the books because there are doors on them.
Aren't they like triple stacked?
They're double stacked.
No.
They're double stacked, and there's like books on top of them as well. And in here, I've got like 60 or 70 books up in the top. I've got like a shelf at the top there, and that's full of books. But I don't have a bookshelf. I don't have like an open bookshelf. I need to get one, but I have no space in my room at the moment with the desk where I'm working from home.
Yeah, that's fair. I have these 2, which are like full length ones, and then I have 2 there and 1 there, which are like they fit like under the window, and one of them has my TV and some books on top as well, and that's still not enough space.
I think I've worked out. I've worked out I can probably fit a narrow one because I've got Alex drawers, you see. So I've got the really tall ones, and I've got 2 of the short ones. That's like my sort of vanity. So I've got a little bit of room that's like sort of down the side of my bed. As long as the bookcase don't come out too far, I could probably fit 1 or 2 down there. And then I can fit a small one next to the side of my Alex drawers, and then one that's like sort of just pushed against my radiator. So there's very little room to walk, but my books can
Who
live
needs to
somewhere.
walk when you can have
Yeah.
bookshelves?
Yeah, the bookshelf
That's
is
my thing.
priority there.
I love it. Yeah.
Oh.
Hi.
Just a fraction of my books, yeah. I believe that Lisa trying to get.
It's just so hard. My dad's like, well, what are you gonna spend? What do you spend all your money on? I'm like, stuff for my house. You don't need to know what. Like, spend money on books. He's like, oh, that's a new book. When did you get that?
Oh,
I
I've
could
had that one
probably.
for ages.
Yeah. He doesn't know. He won't
Why
look.
have you not seen that one? It's been on there for like 3 years. Don't look at the publication date where it says 2021.
Yeah. I know. He came to put some shelves up because behind you there's a TV. And then he came in, he'd only been here like the month before, and he was like, where have all those come from? Like, they were in storage, Dad. They were in storage, and I just got them out of stock.
A very small fraction, yeah. I'm really good at getting rid of books I didn't really love, so I still only have one Billy bookshelf. Oh. See, I got rid of like 100 books. I think it was 109 books at the beginning of the year. Not most of them. Some of them were like ones I hadn't even read, but I've had them so long that I'm clearly not going to get to them.
Yeah.
But because at that point I had like loads of books in piles. By the time I put them all on my shelf, I still didn't have any space.
Oh my God.
Oh no. I just did a 40 book.
Oh my God. What time period was that in? Please don't say a month, because I know I'm bad, but
I mean,
like...
yeah, like how long? What's the date range for getting these 40
Yeah,
books?
we need a date range here, right? Because that's a bit... That's crazy.
He does complain.
Well, I don't have a partner and I don't live with anyone, so I'm free.
You have got the right idea, Lisa. My father keeps joking that I should open a bookstore and teach someone to talk. Oh wow, that is a lot of kids' books. Jeez.
That is a lot.
Oh my God. I'm waiting for Amazon to ask I get a Dropbox outside, but so they don't have to knock every day.
Oh,
a couple
God.
of months. Okay, a couple of
That's
months.
all right.
Isn't too bad. Yeah. I mean, we're not going to look at some of my book hauls.
You see, I feel so bad though, because I came into some extra money a while back, and rather than being a sensible 33-year-old adult and maybe putting it towards deposit for a house, you know, like something productive, I went on Amazon and Waterstones and I just bought, honestly, it must have been 25-ish books, maybe a bit more. And I was like, when I did a haul that month, I just picked some of them. Because if I was like, no, there's no way I'm going to put a massive haul like that on my channel.
Yeah. I mean,
I'll just put 10.
I'd definitely watch it.
Oh God, I felt so bad. So I was like, don't just go on my shelves. And I didn't buy them this month. I didn't buy them.
I did watch Chloe's April haul, and I'm very excited for the May
Chloe, I do love your videos. Your Den of Vipers video made me laugh.
Oh, that Den of Vipers video was brilliant.
Honestly, we had similar reactions as well, and I was just like, yeah, I get that.
So I see lots of people reacting to it, and I'm like, do I want to read it?
I'm living vicariously for everyone who has.
Do you know, like, reading it, it's not as bad as what I thought it was going to be, but some of the things I was just like, like, literally just like, oh my God, what the fuck? It was just, it did get boring near the end. It could have done with like 200 pages being cut off it, because it was just boring. But
that's fair. That is fair.
Gift cards.
Oh
yeah,
definitely.
Because then you've not actually spent the money on them, even if you bought some of them with your own money. Not all of them. So
they're gifts, so they don't count.
Exactly. My family have gotten to the stage where they'll have a catch up. Our local postie is constantly like, more parcels.
My Amazon man actually knows if I'm not going to be in, what other person in the building he can buzz to get up to my flat door and leave the parcels outside my door. So he doesn't even need to buzz me anymore because he knows when I'm in and when I'm not. So I'll come home from work and he'll be like, parcels, we arrived today.
Need a Den of Vipers read along in July.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately, I can't. I can't. Yeah.
Oh, no.
I don't think if I've heard what it is, I've removed it from my brain. So we're gonna leave.
I don't know if I want to know what that is.
Yeah. I just started earning my own bit of money, so I treated myself to a fair amount of books. I mean, treat yourself. I'm reading it and there are some cringy scenes, but I'm actually enjoying it. It's just the laughing. Everyone just laughs.
Honestly, I went through my like raw footage of my hi. I went through my raw footage of my filming, and there was like over 2 hours of me just. I was like, this needs to get cut down. I think it ended up being still over an hour, but honestly, there was so many times I was like, I'm not going to update you anymore. But this happened, and I need to talk to you about this because this is just crazy.
See, I've got like a few of the Den of Vipers like spoiler vlogs in my watch later. So far I've only watched Chloe's. But I don't want to watch them all in one go. I need to spread that out. So they're just sitting in my watch later and like.
Oh god, I was laughing at my own reactions. I was laughing at my own reactions. I was so glad my family do not know that I do YouTube, because if my dad watched that, he'd be like, "You're moving back home? You are not. What are you reading?"
Maybe that's another reason I'm not, because I know all of my family watch.
I can remember my mum, when I was a teenager, my mum didn't really keep an eye on the books that I was reading when I was like 15, 16. And I picked up 50 Shades of Grey. No one stopped me. I picked it up, not fully knowing, like I knew it was like a popular book at the time and lots of people were reading it. And I bought it and I brought it home and I read it. By this point I was reading fanfic, so I kind of was like, all right. But it was like 2 or 3 weeks later, I didn't think much of it. And my mum said, "Oh, I keep wanting to read this book." And I'm like, "Oh, what book's that?" And she went, 50 Shades of Grey. I'm like, "I've got it upstairs if you want to borrow it." She didn't. She was like, you know, I'm like, "I've read it. I know what it's about."
To be fair though, with 50 Shades of Grey, I can't remember how old I was when it came out, but I read it because I was really interested in it, but after a certain point during the books, because Grey's story and his backstory was just so interesting, I found myself skipping all the smutty scenes. And because it was just they were so repetitive, and I'm like, yeah, but why is he so fucked up?
Have you been reading the books from his point of view?
No, I haven't. No. But everyone's like,
I've been doing that. Frieda's coming out in July.
Everyone's like, "Oh my god, this smutty scenes is so amazing." And I'm like, really? You tied her up a little bit, but Chloe.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh no.
I'm in danger. Yeah, watch all the spoiler vlogs. I mean, that's not the reason. The reason I'm not going to read it.
Oh god.
Hey.
Hey, Kitty.
And some haze. And some haze. And some haze.
I loved Kitty's reaction as well. She was just like,
yeah.
It's the phases for me.
Tony read 50 Shades, and then I was reading it. I think I was like 18 or 19 when I was reading it. Maybe 17. I can't remember. I was the youngest, would have been 17. And and my sister had already read it. And then my mum read him after. But I was just so like, read better fan fiction. Yeah. I mean, by that point, I mean, I was too young for it, but like I said, I'd read fan fiction.
When I picked up 50 Shades of Grey, I didn't realise how smutty it was.
Yeah.
I was just looking at it from, it's Twilight fan fiction. That was why
I didn't know it was
up.
Twilight fan fiction until like 5 years later. I don't know how.
I was 33 years old when I found out this was what? What? No, it wasn't.
Yeah, it was Twilight fan fiction.
How?
Yeah, if you look at the copyright bit at the front, it does say previously published on, I can't remember what it was on, fanfiction.net, I think it was under.
Probably Wattpad. Hey, Wattpad.
So when did Edward Tybell look like that? Like?
You reread it. I mean, I would never reread them, and I'm not going to read the other ones, but reread them if you want to reread them.
To be fair, I'm looking forward to Freed. I have been enjoying like the books from his point of view. There is less sex in them. I will have to say that she does sort of like skip over the sex scenes a lot more in these books.
Fair.
Which, is fair enough.
I'm an older lady divorced 50. I mean, if it made you smile, that is great. I've
got the Mister by 50 Shades author E.L. James. I've got the Mister. I keep meaning to read it.
Yeah,
apparently
Twilight.
It's not known. Yeah, 50 Shades of Grey was Twilight fan fiction.
I mean, I'm with you on this. I mean,
Smutty's good.
ACOTAR's like one of my favourite series. I love
Smutty to a certain extent is alright. When I did book blogging a few years ago, I was very much into like I would just accept anything that any publisher or any indie author would come to me and say, we want to send you this. And I was so like, oh my God, thank you. Yes, even though I knew that it probably wasn't my thing, I just accepted it because I was just so grateful. But boy, was that a mistake. Because some of those books was just like, oh, really? What is this? It was just... And then they were asking for a review and I was like, well, it had words.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. I read the original 3, but I'm not gonna bother with the others. And I mean, we all do. Yeah, I've read the blurb for the Mister, and it does not appeal to me whatsoever.
Okay.
So I'm just skipping that one.
We'll see how it goes.
Like Akamath, I mean,
Ice Planet Barbarian. What is that?
Ice Planet Barbarian sounds like it could have been one of the ones that Becca did in her Polathon vlog.
The shape-shifting polar bears. Oh, I mean, I'm on Becca's Patreon, and they call themselves, what is it? The Face Smut Den, I think it is.
Yeah.
Because all of them love like face smut, and I swear to God, the amount of smut I've added to my wish list now, just because I just want to know what this series is that they're reading, and all these recommendations. I'm like, oh, I love that. I love that.
Okay,
Shapeshifters.
Okay, that gives me hope. That does give me hope.
Not everyone dislikes it.
This is true. I'm like, I keep seeing From Blood and Ash on TikTok. Now, some people say it's fae porn. Some people say it's vampire porn. What is it?
It's not fae. Where are people getting fae from?
Because everyone kind of is talking about it on TikTok and like, look at this stack of fae porn and From Blood and Ash is on it. I'm like, I didn't think it was fae in it. Like, don't get me wrong. I knew it's slutty, and I know, but I didn't think it was fae.
I have Kindle Unlimited, but I've got Kitty, stop, because I've got a TBR for June. And I've still got 1, 2, 3, 4. I've still got 7 books to read this week to complete all my readathons. So
I mean, have you filmed your June TBR?
not yet.
Then you can change this.
It doesn't count if you haven't filmed it.
Yeah. See,
But I've written it down on a piece of notepaper.
That can be crossed out. That can be changed.
What is a TBR?
If I don't have some structure in my month, then my mind won't focus.
Everyone's saying smart unlimited. I've just realised the time we have been doing. Should we actually do a reading?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get some chocolate as well because I am hungry.
These are reading sprints.
Okay, shall we go? Yep, more just for the smart. Shall we go until the hour?
Yeah.
Until the hour again. There we go. Okay, see you in just
See you
under
in a bit.
35 minutes.
has noticed.
Hello.
I did not notice.
You stuck in a book.
Yeah, I only managed 12 pages though, but I did. There was a like Amazon delivery, and I did go get myself a sneak, so it's fine.
I went to get myself a cup of tea and some.
I was just about to
nibbles.
say I see tea.
I managed 10 pages. I managed to eat some like snack bars, find some fluffy socks, and grab myself a bag of
Fluffy
Pringles
socks.
and take some painkillers. So you know.
I love fluffy socks. They're the best.
Same. How many pages did you actually get any pages done, Lisa?
Yeah, I read, because I'm listening to the audiobook as well. I read 20.
Nice. Yeah, just before we went, reading sprints who? I know.
We don't know her.
Ice Planet Barbarian follows Georgie, who gets kidnapped by aliens. And then
What?
we met the male protagonist, who is such a cinnamon roll. I mean, we love a cinnamon roll character.
We do, but
actually kind of intrigued.
did you say Kindle Unlimited? Let's have a look.
Only done
TBI.
10 pages, but did put dinner on. Bangers and mash tonight.
Sharon, I'll have some, thank you.
Oh, it jumped. There we go. 19 pages of Dawn Treader and 6 pages of Witch War. Oh, does that mean you finished Dawn Treader then? Now that you've started Witch War.
What's Dawn Treader?
It's one of the Narnia books.
Oh, right.
I've only ever read the Narnia books once, and it was when I was a kid. But I remember that there's one. 10 pages. I think that creeped me out. Oh. 2 chapters. 43 pages. Nice. Really distracted again, but I read 23 pages. Yeah, I did. I was on my phone as well when I come back. So I feel that. 9 pages. 70 pages. Nice.
You were storming through that book, Harriet.
How the hell? What book is that? Is that like a middle grade or a graphic novel or something?
12 pages, but also got another cup of coffee. Clearly that was the sprint for everyone to get food and or drink, which I agree. 5 pages, but my dog was distracting me wanting to play, so I had to throw the ball. I mean, that's completely understandable. Like, you have to throw the ball to them.
You don't know how excited I am that on Thursday I get dog cuddles.
She's not coming to mine for me. She's coming to mine
I'm going for dog cuddles.
Let's just all go to Becca for dog cuddles, because I don't have any pets to cuddle. And I was talking to Liam, and he keeps sending me pictures of his cat Ethel, and she's so snug, cuddling on his bed and stuff, and I'm just like, you hate me, but I was just, he won't let me have her.
The other day I got a message from my friend with a picture of one of her cats, and it was just the most adorable thing. Like, the only thing that would have made it better was if the cat was wearing a little bow tie. And then this morning I got a picture off Liv of her cat. So, yeah.
To be fair, the cat was stopping me from getting up. It was like 10:30, and I wanted to get up and start my day. And the cat was led on my stomach, and he was curled up, really cute, in a ball. And I went, well, I can't move now.
You can't go up then, can you? It's just not. No. It's not allowed.
Don't know how much I read, but I'm close to finishing Tristan Strong. Nice.
I love Tristan Strong. I loved it.
Did you? Right.
Yes.
Everyone I've seen has been saying, "Oh, it's okay," and I bought it because of Middle Grade Monthly, and then it didn't end up on my TBR because this is me. And
I do that. I'm like, oh crap, read along, book club, crap. I've already got 20 books on my TBR. What we're doing?
I've managed to fit all mine for June into my Whatever-a-thon TBR, apart from one.
Let's try that.
Apart from one, so I'm okay with that. Read a few pages and had a phone call. I make a dent in this book at some point. There's plenty of time. 26 pages. I'm taking my time to make sure I really enjoy this. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of doing with this one, because I know it's going to be, I think it's a bit more not high fantasy, but like a bit more fantasy than what I usually read. So, yeah, I feel that. Yeah.
Kindle Unlimited. Love it.
Okay, round for dinner.
Thanks. I'll be there in 4 hours.
Sun of Neptune, and it's a reread. Yeah, I do find those books, like the Percy Jackson and Magnus Chase books, are just so easy to read. So I have no doubts that the rest of the Rick Riordan universe will be the same for me. Not finished it, but I wanted to get started on the books. That's fair. 30 pages. I
feel like I'm such a lame bookish person because I've never read Percy Jackson and I've never read Magnus Chase, but I got into books quite late. Like it was like 3 or 4 years ago that I got into reading.
I mean, to be fair, I read the Percy Jackson books late last year, and then I read Magnus Chase this month. So, you know,
I need to get them.
Not feeling my book that I just started to go and pick something else up. Yeah. Don't like force yourself into a reading slump trying to read something. You don't
I just think Jade's coming.
My friends only come to my house for pet snuggles too. I have 3 cats and a Great Dane. Yeah, I mean,
a Great Dane.
I would come for the animal.
Michaela, where are you again?
That's good. Okay, I'm a bit more excited to read it now. Lisa needs to defend. Yeah, no one, everyone. I've not seen anyone hate it, but I've not until now. I've not seen anyone love it. So,
but I feel like it's very polarizing because it was like The Witch's Boy. Some people really hated that, like DNF'd it. Some people like really liked it.
Yeah.
But I said to Jade the other day, it's good watching those conversations on the live chat because then you get people's like total opposite opinions. And like Jade said, she doesn't know why she didn't like it. There was just something she didn't connect with, which is fair.
Jade didn't rate it 2 stars.
Yes, she did.
Okay, Shadow wakes up. That is so early. Well, I mean, I say that so early, but I'm up at like 7 a.m. most mornings, so not super early for me. And she's still got to finish just as strong this week as well. I've just like decided it's not going to happen before Middle Grade Monthly, but I will get to it eventually. Yeah, wakes up. Temporary DNF Tristan Strong, can't seem to pick it up again. Yeah. It's such a shame.
The first time I tried to read it, like personally, I just wasn't in a reading mood, and I think I was trying to force myself to read. So I read a couple of chapters, and I was just like, "Oh, I need to put this down because I don't think I would enjoy it." But then when I was in a reading mood again, and I was feeling like better within myself, I went back and read it, and I would have loved it.
Yeah. The Unbroken goes into the minute. Yeah, I'm already feeling that, and I think that's why I'm struggling. I've not read The Poppy War. I do have the audiobook, but I've not read it. But I feel like that's the part I'm going to struggle with that as well. So yeah, this could be my issue with The Unbroken.
The more you're talking about The Unbroken, the less I'm likely to read it.
Yeah, I don't
Stop.
High fantasy, military aspects. I'm like,
I mean, I don't know if it is high fantasy. I think it is, but I've read so many blurbs recently that they all just sort of merge into one.
Anything thick is high fantasy to me.
I mean,
well,
I recommend. I mean, if you, I said this might have been my vlog that's going up tomorrow. I said that with Magnus Chase, no, it wasn't my vlog. It was a different video I filmed yesterday. With Magnus Chase, you can, even though it does slot nicely into the Percy Jackson universe, I think you can read it on its own, and it is such a good trilogy. I love Magnus.
Tristan was my first Rick Riordan book, or Rick Riordan, however you want to say it. Yeah.
It's not even one of his books, is it? It's just he.
Well, it's Rick Riordan Presents, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've never read any Rick Riordan either. You're fine.
Yeah, don't worry, Christy. You're not on your own. I would have been with you until about like 6 months ago. No, longer than that. I don't know. I've only read Percy Jackson and Heroes of Olympus books. I have all the others, but fancied rereading both the series. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, Ohio. I mean, it'd be worth it for the animals.
Definitely. Plus, I get to see Ohio. I've never been there. Tick it off the map.
Yeah, sorry, Jade. I've not read it. I do have it.
I've never read it.
Somewhere.
In those stacks of books behind you.
This is all middle grade. It's not all of my middle grade, but this shelf is purely middle grade. Hi.
Hello.
Me, Tony, and our mum, we've all been buddy reading the Rick Riordan books. Then
But I don't need any more books, but wishlist, okay. You've convinced me.
when in doubt, add it to your wish list. See, there's a few people that haven't read Rick Riordan.
Thing is with me and my wish list, like my wish list has been going on for a few years, and I put books on there that I'm interested in, and then I'll go on every now and again and buy some and think, oh, I'm getting my wish list down. I'm not. I'm really, really not. I think it's at like £7,000 at the moment on there in books.
Wow.
That I really want to read.
I think my mum listened to the audiobook because it was on Scribd. So, oh, Jade, have you made progress on your city yet? I love that.
I love that. Let's all go read the book about Jade.
Hi, I've not read any books by Sarah J. Maas. What do you recommend? Right, okay. So,
I don't know if we're going to have the same ones.
No, I think we are actually. I read Throne of Glass first, and then I read ACOTAR, and then I read Crescent City. However, I would say start with ACOTAR. It is as much as Throne of Glass is my favourite, ACOTAR is a smaller series, and I think it is a lot easier to get into than Throne of Glass, and that's coming from someone who absolutely loves Throne of Glass, favourite series. So I would say
I am
ACOTAR.
struggling with Throne of Glass series. I've got Tower of Dawn and Kingdom of Ash left to read.
Yeah, so we're going to buddy read them when I'm rereading them, and my next one I've got to read is Heir of Fire. So once I get to, I was about to say Throne of Glass, no, that's the first one, Tower of Dawn, we're going to buddy read the last two, because that's the only way you're going to get them read.
It's the only way I'm going to pick up those books.
I read Assassin's Blade, and I think I gave it a 3-star, but from that, Selena just bugged me so much.
To be fair, Assassin's Blade,
I'm the best assassin. I'm the best assassin. Shut up. We get you a good assassin.
It is short stories though, and I wasn't really a fan, and I was a fan, but on my reread, Heir of Fire is the first one that I like. I mean, there's a reason why Heir of Fire is my favourite.
Are you a stan from that time on?
Huh?
Were you a stan from that book onwards?
Yes. See, more not read.
I feel less of an imposter now.
Yes, buddy read with your nephew. Actually, one of my nephews' favourite book series, and one of my other nephews, I have many nephews, one of my other nephews has just started reading Percy Jackson, and we're so excited. You do need books, Lisa.
Thank you for the permission, Tony. I appreciate it. Okay, let's go.
I love the Percy Jackson series, but never read further. I really wanted to, though. I would recommend carrying on. It is a really fun series. I've been filming today, so sadly only a chapter in and don't have much of an opinion yet. Hopefully you can get some more done, and at least TBR Pursuit was nice to you. ACOTAR first. I have 2 copies of... Yeah, same. I really
want the hardbacks. I don't even know if I like the series.
And I also have the hardback collector's edition of the first book, Throne of Glass as well.
I don't even know if I like the series yet, but I was just so tempted because I've started reading ACOTAR, and I was like, well, I want all the ACOTAR books now in hardback. But then if I've got that and I've got Crescent City in hardback, then I need the first series in hardback because they've all got to be together on a Sarah J. Maas shelf.
I've got them all in hardback and all in paperback because favourite author, and I'm extra. I read The Girl Drank the Moon on audiobook, and it was fantastic. I think I might, when I do get to it, I might read along with the audiobook for that one. Yeah, I did see this. It can be a little bit, but I can also see, because there is obviously with no spoilers, there is a shift in the storyline in Heir of Fire, and it
I
wasn't
think-
for everyone.
I think Heir of Fire is where I lost momentum with the series, because
Yeah.
the first 2 books I absolutely loved. Like, the first book, I devoured it in like a day and a half, 2 days. I was like, yes, I'm reading this whole series. I'm going to read it all. And then when I got to Heir of Fire and things started to change, I was like, I'm losing
I think
track.
from Average Reader mentioned that partway through the series, things sort of like change a bit, and that was why he rated some of the books really high and some of the books quite low, because it was just a bit of a. Which that sort of worries me, and I've also heard that Sarah J. Maas has a thing with like changing love interests, which
Yes.
for me
Never trust the first love
but-
interest.
it just
But it
bugs
always
me. It's like
works out better.
I know it always
Just
works
like-
out better, but as someone who loves Dorian and Kale, don't.
I mean, yeah, but better.
But I've only read ACOTAR, and you're all probably going to scream at me for like thinking this, but I love Tamlin right now, and I really
Okay,
don't
right.
want.
So
I really
here's
don't
the
want to like him.
The first time I read ACOTAR, we all love him.
We
Don't
all
worry,
love
we'll come to
Tamlin
your
and
senses
Saxon.
soon enough.
I really don't want to like not like him
Reread.
because he's such a like.
Even during the reread, I still fell for Tamlin. Like, I knew what happened.
I said to myself, I was like, you're not going to love him this time. You're not going to... And I still started to, and I was like, what am I doing? No, stop
He's
it.
been through so much, and he's got to start harm.
So have you read Akamath yet?
Please
No,
continue the
that's
series.
that's my next book to read because I've already read it with Liam. So as soon as he can get the second book, I know it will change. I've stayed away from spoilers. I kind of know that someone else comes into the picture, but I don't know like what kind of, whether it's like a fleeting romance or whether she totally changes sides or whatever. So I'm just like, I really want to buddy read the series with Liam because he really likes it. Kitty.
No, I'm with
No.
Kitty here. I'm with Kitty.
I'm going to wait until Liam can get onto the next book because I want to buddy read the series with him because he really enjoyed the first book as well.
I like this. I like this.
I have my ACOTAR. I've got the original hardbacks and the original paperbacks. The the normal ones, and I'm really tempted to try and get the new hardbacks so that I can stick the dust jackets on them.
I did that.
I got from a Luma crate.
I bought the new...
I'm good. I missed out on those. They're gorgeous.
And people have been selling them for like £300, and I'm like, oh no, don't do that. Don't do that. I bought the new hardbacks because I absolutely do not like the new hardbacks. But I bought them and I took great pleasure putting the old dust jackets in the recycling bin.
I think what I might do is in October on Amazon there's like there's a pre-order. You can pre-order like the full set of hardbacks.
Yeah.
I think it's like £90 or something. By then I'm hoping to read at least a couple more books. So if I can get that, I might have a look on Etsy and see if there's any like alternative just jackets I can get for them off Etsy.
There are a few shops that do them.
And do it that way, but I bought Crescent City and oh my god, was it expensive from Blackwell's? It was like 25 no, it was like 20 quid from Blackwell's, and I got Master of Sorrows in hardback as well, then that was like 25 quid. But I really wanted the hardbacks of both books, so it's like I'm going to stop reading.
I need to actually pre-order book 2 now of Crescent City.
Oh, I've already done that. I've never read the first one yet.
I do left Empire Storms.
No.
I've forgotten the order in it. Which book number's that?
It's the last one you read.
I can see why I had difficulty. I had difficulty. I actually stopped midway through. It then took a year for me to then pick it up again and finish the book off. I did finish the book in the end, but I can definitely understand that, and that is one of the reasons why I am having difficulty picking up Tower of Dawn.
That's fair.
If I didn't love ACOTAR and I wasn't reading this and I didn't like Sarah J. Maas's style of writing, I'm pretty sure I would have DNF'd the series by now. But I want to try and get into it because I've heard really good things about Kingdom of Ash.
And you're so close to the end. You've got literally to... And
yeah.
Kingdom of Ash is just...
You say this. I did the same thing with. I don't know if you, any of you know the House of Night series.
I've still only read the first book.
I read to like Burned, I think it was, and there's only like 3 or 4 books left. But I was reading them as they were coming out, and I got bored, and I stopped after that one, and I still don't know what happened in the last 3 books.
I do that with series on TV.
Oh, this makes me happy.
I can't wait to get onto Akamath. I need to find out.
Fine. I on hold, Sarah. Yes.
Kitty. But you didn't unlearn, did you, Kitty?
I mean, fair enough. Actually, it was terrible.
Do you know, I had to push through that one. That was tough because I don't really like Kale.
See, I like Kale.
I like him by the end of Tower of Dawn.
Don't get me wrong. In these books, I like in the later, like those Empire of Storms or the work before Empire of Storms, I wanted to punch him one. Like, don't get me wrong. I think he was an absolute dickhead in some of those books, but I still love him.
I love it. But when I did my Akatar vlog, I did like some predictions of the way that I think he's gonna go. So I'm gonna.
Don't tell me, because I will give it away with my face.
Yeah.
No, I'm not gonna. I won't say it.
If I read a book before Becca, we can't talk about it until she's finished, because I will like give it away. I'll try not to, but I will give it away on my face. If we do it the other way around, I can quite happily rant at Becca about the book and she won't say anything.
Because I will literally, whether her theories are right or wrong, I'll just be like, so she won't know.
The thing isn't me. Yeah. The thing isn't me.
When I just react, I'll be like.
Thing is, when the books I've read previously that have had issues with like changing partners and stuff, I used to read a lot of contemporary, where it was sort of like the cheating trope. So I don't know how it. Do you know what I mean? And that just sort of put me off. And as soon as everyone says, "Oh, she switches love," I'm like, "Oh my god, please do not do that," because I do not want to hate it.
Is that she does the switching of love interests in such an amazing way that you don't realise that it's a changing of love interests until it's changed.
Right, okay. Because that's the bit that worried me. Like, I don't like cheating.
That's one thing I adore about her.
But, cheating tropes as soon as it's I'm like DNF in a book, because it's just I don't like it at all.
Read Akatar a few years ago, but got so annoyed at the handshake responses. But I was like him after all that. Okay, yeah. I mean, I would say continue, but I could be biased because I love it. A lot of people. I
definitely think out of the trilogy, Akamath is my favourite.
A lot of people say that.
Favorite, and then Akasuf come out, and I was like, maybe not.
I kind of think of Akasuf as a side story. I mean, it's a hunky side story, but I don't count it as part of the original Akatar trilogy.
It's just a 700 side story.
Well, you say that. I went to the Tower of Dawn.
Kale. Yeah. Do it.
Tower of Dawn was meant to be a novella. I went to her book event because at the time I was still really into Throwing Glass, and so I went to the Tower of Dawn book event, and she said Tower of Dawn was started off as a novella.
Yeah.
And how many pages is it?
It's
like 600 and something.
Yeah.
No.
It become like a full novel.
She started writing it, and because she said to the publisher, "Oh, I'm going to be writing a novella for in between these 2 books," and they went, "Yeah, that's fine. 200 pages will do." She got to 300 and went, "The story's not finished. I might need a few extra pages."
Yeah.
So doubled it.
I was a hardcore thriller Karen Slaughter type reader for 30 years. A month ago I found BookTube, and now we're a whole new world.
Yeah. Just think of Aladdin when you say that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to finish the rest of the series off for Ashley's Readathon, but I still need to get Tarot. Yeah, that might be a bit much for a week if it's a first read. Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah, Liv does not have a good poker
No,
face.
I used to
Yes,
play.
continue for Akamath.
My dad used to have, I don't know if he still does, has like a poker game set, and we used to like play with like chips and things, and I kept losing because I kept giving it away with my face. Don't take me to
I'm
Vegas.
crap.
Don't take me to Vegas.
I'm such an animated person, so like if I'm worse with people, because if there's somebody that I'm around that I don't like, I'm not the kind of person who can be like, like it just shows on my face. I'm just like,
I can do that. I will quite
Can't.
happily be the
I can't.
nicest person to someone that I hate.
can't do it.
Quite happily do that. But I can't, if there's, when
When it comes to talking about books, you're like, nope.
Nope.
Yeah, see, well,
I think
I'm
it's
the
when I get
opposite.
too excited and I get too animated and I get too emotionally invested in books. Like, you don't know how, like, I've read Covert and I love the Crave series by Tracy Wolfe, and Becca was in the middle of reading it and I can't talk to her about it because I will go off on one.
She almost did the other day because she's bringing Covert with her this week so that I can borrow it because it's in my June TBR. And we started talking about something and you could see she wanted to say something and I was like, right, let's stop.
Change the subject, which is why I kind of like buddy reads, because there's always someone there. Because like when I wanted to speak to someone about Den of Vipers, like Kitty was there, and like even though like I'm really late to the game, having someone there to talk about Akata with, I'm just like, but this bit was just like, oh my god. Yeah, like, I do love that.
It depends on how much I hate the person. There are some people, if it's just sort of like I don't like this person, I can. But if it's I absolutely hate this person, then I wouldn't be able to. It would like show. Before I was on BookTube, I didn't know so many books. Now I'm baffled. Yeah. There's so many books. Like, this last year, I only started watching, I only discovered BookTube just before I started my own. So it was like February, March last year. And I didn't have this many books before then. Most of the books I've acquired in the past year is because I've seen it on like BookTube and everything.
To be fair, Red, White and Royal Blue was a book that I picked up because of Bookstagram. I kept seeing it on Bookstagram and people raving about it. I was like, I'm going to give it a go. Loved it. Same with Crave. Crave was a book that I saw on American Bookstagrammer's page, and I was like, that sounds really interesting. I mean, it's a pain in the ass because it's only published in America at the moment. I think the first two are out in paperback in the UK now, but they're only being released in America at the moment, so I have to go to Book Depository to get the hardbacks. So.
Wow. I can't actually remember how I discovered Sarah J. Maas, you know?
Me?
But it was way No.
Because I was raving about Throne of Glass at the time, and that was when you picked it up. Yeah. Because
and
when
then
I
devoured
met you,
the whole series, and
when I met you, I was on book 3 or 4, I think it was.
Yeah.
And you hadn't even picked them up, and I was raving about them, and then you continued to read all of them, and I was stuck on book 5.
I know, same.
Who else has a book trolley, like a TBR trolley now? This one.
The only reason I knew about Sarah J. Maas, but even before I knew BookTube was a thing, I did like watching different types of people on YouTube. So I think the first BookTuber that I came across was Ashley. I watched her from when she first started a few years ago, and then I found Becca and Gav, I think it was. But I used to watch them all the time. And then obviously I found Sarah J. Maas through Becca, but I wasn't an avid reader then until like November, October of last year. And then I started getting into reading, and now I have 4 bookshelves. So
to be fair, so you know how I said I've got books in here and books up there? The books in here are the books I haven't read. The books in there are the books that I have read. I have one row here, one row there, 2 row, 3 row. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows plus this of unread books.
I have so many unread books. My ratio, like my percentage wise, I started to do the thing. I saw Becca do it where she's got a list of all the books that she's got, the books that she hauls and things, so she can keep track of like what she's read. So I thought it was a good idea to list out all the books that I have. And when you list it out, you realise how many you've got. I've still not filled in the full sheet yet, and I think I know I'm not as big as many, but it's like 170 at the moment or something, and I think like 5% of that has been read.
I have on my phone, on my iPad, on my phone, on the Numbers app, I have a list of all of my books. I still need to add some actually because I brought Six of Crows and I've got a couple of Fairy Loot books and the Limerick books that I need to put on there. But I have read, to be fair, 50% of my books I've read. I've read like 106 out of the 200 odd books that I've read that I've got.
Oh my god.
Well, we're not going to talk about mine.
No.
I think we should. With that face, I think we should.
I mean, to be fair, I think we should as well because I feel like Becca needs to tell everyone.
Just unload it.
I haven't finished my spreadsheet yet, but we're over 700 owned books. I am scared to look at how many are unread. Oops. Let's move on. Because picked up books because they are hyped. Yeah, that's fair. I've got better at not picking them up just because they're hyped now.
Yeah.
But
you don't want to see what
very dangerous.
Yeah.
Not
That
my
is true.
fault. Don't come for me. It wasn't my fault. Blaming me.
But because I used to work a lot with India, because I used to work a lot with indie authors, the ARCs that they used to send was to be sent on ebook. So my Kindle is full of ARCs that were sent in 2016 that I've not read. And NetGalley, I signed up to so many NetGalley bloody books, and I think I'm like 4% read on
NetGalley. I'm in the 60% somewhere. This is very tempting. I'm so tempted to get a second one, but I'm trying to not.
Becca, if you hadn't guessed, Becca gifted this to me.
Birthday
for
present.
my birthday. That's on Tuesday.
It's her birthday on Tuesday.
And so she gifted me this. I've decorated it. I got myself some little magnets of some
SDM.
I love the little books. I have told her that I will get her a TBR trolley for her birthday, but her birthday's not till October, so I will get it early, but not this early. So before BookTube, I loved my library and never owned many books. Yeah, see, I still use the library even though I have all of these books.
Yeah, for your Revisionathon, you used your library, didn't you?
Yeah, that was more because I literally, for some of the prompts, I could not fit any of my own books on. I have got some that I never got to that I'm just going to take back to the library now. They're ones that I wasn't as fussed about reading, but if I'd got to them, I would have given them a go.
How many books did you end up reading for the Eurovisionathon?
I finished 18 and I DNF'd 1 out of 39, so...
That's hefty, that.
I'm quite happy with that. Ashley was my first 2 Red Bone season. Yeah, I've got my phone season books. You can't see them, but they're here.
I think I found Ashley when she used to do a blog as well. I think I found her from a blog, and then she moved over to do a YouTube. So it was like when she first started on BookTube.
My first one was Jade. I found her YouTube channel because of Readathon, and it was like, I don't know if it was the first one, but it was like April last year, and that's how I found Jade.
I found Jade through
and
you.
then I found all the others very soon after, because
you're like, ooh, like you get suggestions, don't you? Like if you follow who, you follow who. I'm like,
let's watch this person.
And then you realise that they've been on YouTube for ages, and you're like, well, I don't need to know what her October TBR was from 2019, but I'm going to watch it. Yeah. Oh, Chloe, that's so cute.
Lovely.
That's great.
Nice. I mean, I need to sort out my TBR on Goodreads because most
Yeah.
of the books on my want to read aren't actually books I own.
Same. I've just put them on there because I'm like, oh yeah, that looks pretty. Oh, Chloe.
That's only a couple, Chloe.
That's
It's
okay.
fine.
It's only almost half your stash. It's fine.
I don't think I have an answer to this
I've been
question.
good. I have been good. I have bought less books this year than I did the year before because I didn't have events like Yalk and I didn't have trips with. Because I find that if I go to the bookstore by myself, I'll have a nice browse, possibly pick up one book, maybe two. I go with Becca, and Becca's like, oh, this book's amazing. Okay, I'll pick that book up. Oh, this book's. And I come up with like 10 books.
No regrets.
I mean, there's
I
nothing
have
wrong
over
with
1,000
that,
books.
but
Been reading 30 years and keep my most loved books, but my unread. Oh, my trolley is stacked. Yeah, I do
that's
try.
why I have an unread bookshelf.
See, I'm getting better with if I read a book and I don't love it, I'm getting better at getting rid of them, especially the special edition ones, because I know so many people that want the special editions, and I refuse to put them up for like 70 quid because I know how hard it is to get them. So I think
Yeah.
if I don't love it, what's the point of me holding on to that special edition? So I've got better at doing that. But the trick is that I love most of them. BookTube's been dangerous for me as well. Found Hayley from Hayley and Bookland first, then Read by Zoe, then I found G, Becca and Cody. And obviously Jade. Ashley to Becca to Jade, it's a process.
Yeah.
See, I clearly did
I
the
went
other
Jade,
way
Becca,
around.
Ashley.
Because I did Jade, Steph, and that's probably the only two booktubers that I actually followed.
Steph I didn't find.
Oh,
until,
and Gavin.
like,
I follow Gavin as well.
I think with
I think
Ashley, it
this
was
is
she.
Chloe's comment about her being the booktuber.
I think with Ashley, it was because I was doing book blogging around the same time she was, so I followed other book bloggers, and then it came from one of her blog posts that she had a YouTube channel as well. So then I subscribed to the YouTube channel. So that's how I found Ashley. And then obviously because her and Becca and Gavin are all close friends, I found them all right through to the videos and stuff that they did together, and it just spread.
I'm sorry, total is less than 100. Nice.
Charlotte,
Like,
nice.
ow. Gavin was the first booktuber. I mean, was I not the first booktuber you watched?
Tony.
Like, I'm sorry,
To be fair,
Tony.
actually, you were my first booktuber that I watched as well. Because I watched you, and then you said, oh, I think it was Jade's doing reading live sprints. I went, what the hell are they? And then next thing you know, I'm now a Patreon to both Jade and Steph.
I love Chloe. Her channel is
I think
amazing.
Patreons,
Yes,
I'm Steph's, Gavin, Jade, and Becca.
Same, but also Ashley and Maddie.
I think next month I am going to join Maddie's, but then I also want to join Beth from Booknest, and I also want to join Olivia Reads a Latte. I don't have money for this shit, but I'm doing it. Because Olivia and Beth, I just, honestly, Ashley, Olivia and Beth, we just want to chill.
Beth is so lovely.
Just proper chill vibes. If I want some great middle grade, I've got two for middle grade, maybe for fantasy. But Olivia's aesthetic is just, and just I could watch all day. And she's just so funny. She doesn't try to be funny, but she's just so quick-witted and funny. I just love watching her videos.
I started with the German booktube and then slowly moved on to the English speaking when I found readathons. Oh, they're not their own thing. I love readathons.
I love readathons now.
Co-host one now. No.
Well, I think is it your fault your whole family's got involved, Becca? Is that?
I didn't tell them to. I don't control them. I have a read bookcase and an unread bookcase, both double stacked, and a TBR. There's no
That's
problem
what I have.
here.
It's a safe space. Safe space.
Found G first and then dived into booktube. Jade, Becca, Gavin, Ashley, Steph. Yeah, actually, I think that might have been this. I might have had that same order.
I thought you were into Gavin before
Chloe's
Becca.
reactions to the parcels are the best. Yeah. All these newbies I've been lurking on here for about 10 years. Yeah, I wish I had been on for that long. Followed Becca Cheryl just as she started with her booktube-a-thon vlogs. Wish Cody would do a Patreon. I love Cody's videos. Her Wheel of TBR videos are amazing.
So she was the last one I found out of everyone. Out of all the ones that are friends, I think she was the last one I found. But yeah,
I'm also a Patreon to Alice Oseman because I like to get the daily pages of her Heartstopper.
You don't like wait. You can't see me. You don't like waiting for the actual physical book.
No, I can't wait till the actual physical books come out. So I follow her on Patreon and get early pages. She's paused this month because she's currently doing the Heartstopper TV show, so she hasn't had time to do the pages.
So excited for that TV show.
Previously, before the Heartstopper TV show,
I'm so excited too.
Daily like pages, and it was so much fun. But what's really nice is that even though I read them, I finished volume 4 technically end of last year, before the book was even scheduled, and reading it physically is still fun. I still love reading it physically.
I love reading physical books. It's just, I don't know what it is about having a book in your hand. Yeah.
This is what I'm going to have to do. It's going to have to happen. Found Maddie through Cody. I can't even remember how I found Maddie. I think it was a dart attack. One of the first dart attack, and everyone was talking about it. So I was like, I'm going to give this a go. And then
I found her through Live, when she was on Live with Jade and Steph and that.
Yeah, that's how I generally find everyone from BookTube. Through Live. Someone else has joined.
2013. I always forget that people have been doing it that long.
When it comes to like American YouTube.
2014, I was just coming out of college. I think I was on like horse social media at the time because I was a riding instructor at the time. So I was very much
watching, not eating.
God. We knew what you meant, Kat. It's fine.
I keep buying Kindle books, and then I'm like, why am I doing this? I rarely read ebooks.
No, that's a lie. I was watching BookTube back in 2013, 2014 because I was obsessed with Cassandra Clare back then. I mean, I still am now, but I was obsessed with her through Tumblr, so I was constantly checking her Tumblr page, and then I found Poland and Banana Books. And
no idea who that is.
Yeah, I found her, and I used to watch her a lot as well. She's an American booktuber. She's now written her own books.
The only Americans I really watch are like Murphy Napier, and there's a girl called Elliot and Daniel Green. Because I bought Daniel's Green novella, and it was good.
I want to find this. I want to find Poland and Banana Books now.
I've been here since 2018 and feel like a veteran. It was mostly American BookTube. Yeah. That might have been why I hadn't really heard of it. Plus, I went out of. I was like a massive reader, and then I just sort of stopped, and then started up again.
I switched to beauty.
My best friend fell out of me because of my sexuality, so I needed somewhere to escape. Yeah, I feel that.
Yeah.
But books are an amazing escape.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, you don't make me feel so. I mean, I feel so old sometimes, even though I know I'm not.
Do you know what?
The dishevelled goblin is awesome.
A little bit older, because then I could get my COVID vaccine. I was like, I want it. Yes.
There you go.
Poland and Banana Books.
I found Christine, Jessie first, and Hayley first, I think.
Yeah, so I was around then, but then I sort of came off of social media when I was at the stables for for the year. I kind of didn't have any motivation to watch or read anything.
Yeah.
And it's only been sort of the last few years, really.
Yay!
Yay!
Oh, yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Yes.
We're
Sorry, Tony.
45 minutes.
I'm timing it because my dinner's going to be ready in about 15-20 minutes. So I was thinking we could start a sprint then, because then I can go eat dinner and be back.
Yes.
So there will be
Yeah,
more
to be fair,
sprints,
I am going to have to
promise.
disappear when it's my dinner because I go downstairs and
But I'll be
eat dinner
back
with
by
my
that
family.
point because I inhale my food. So we will start another 45-minute sprint in 15 minutes. So we're having a bit of a longer chat this time.
The thing is with me, like I did I did book blogging about 3 or 4 years ago. I got, for some reason, like loads of people wanted to send me the books, and I was just like accepting books left, right, and centre. Loads of thrillers for some reason, which I very rarely read, but I just said yes for the 16 yes, and then I just stopped reading. And then when I did my makeup artistry, like I got into beauty YouTube and stuff, and then that was just extremely toxic. So I just stepped away from everything, and then I came back to books and stuff last year. But when you've been away for so long and you come back, you feel like it's so daunting coming back. 'Cause everyone's like talking about all these hype books, and I was like, what the frick are all these books? And I didn't even know what Akatar was. I had to Google what Akatar was because everyone was like, oh my god, Akatar's amazing. I'm like, Akatar, what? What is this Akatar? So I felt so out of it.
When I first joined, so I'm going to call it the book online community, it was solely for TMI and TDI. TID, sorry. Because that was all I was reading at the time. I was only reading Sandra Clare books. So I was kind of on it for that purpose. And a little bit of Twilight, actually. At that point, I was a little bit of Twilight.
A little bit Twilight. A little bit.
See, I didn't even know Shadowhunters were books. I watched the Shadowhunters series, and I've been following the series, and then I've obviously since going back to like the online book community, I'm like, oh, they were books before they were a series, and there's so many books.
We don't
and there's
talk
a
about the
oh,
movie.
I watched the movie as well.
Oh.
Oh, I know.
We swap places.
How do you swap people? Nope, don't
This
know how
is
to
weird.
do it. That's gonna be annoying. In different order now. Yeah, I started getting back into reading when I discovered Goodreads about, I think it was the first time I did the reading challenge was 2016. So that's when I got back into it, and that's when I really got back into reading again. Chloe needs to hoover, finish packing for holiday, and start her live, and do the washing up. I mean, you can do like a cleaning sprint on the next one.
To be fair, during one of these sprints, I am going to need to do packing as well because I'm going to Brighton tomorrow, so I need to do some packing then.
That's only one night though. You're going.
To be fair, it is only one night, but I also kind of want to start preparing for you on Thursday as well because I'm going to be coming back Tuesday afternoon, evening. Then I have Wednesday, and then I'm at yours Thursday. I'm only at home for one day, so I do kind of want to get a little bit more packing done today.
This would be pretty cool. Start book blogging.
It is a lot of fun.
Easier than vlogging because you've got to remember to record, then you've got to edit it all, and it is a lot of work for vlogging. Yeah, so Cassandra Clare, it was literally Tony and her friend Emma were just going on and on and on. I mean, like, read these. And then my friend Tessa started, oh, this is really good books. You should read them. And I was like, right, okay, enough people have said it. I'll start reading them. And now look at me.
I actually read Cassandra Clare books out of order, technically. Or no, in order, but out of publishing order. So I read The Infernal Devices first before I read The Model Instruments. And actually, I read Clockwork Angel, and then I read Clockwork Prince hadn't even come out at that point. So I read Clockwork Angel, and I waited for Clockwork Prince to come out. when Clockwork Prince came out, I was like, I want to read more Cassandra Clare. And I was like, oh, the Infernal Devices series. And then, so I read the Infernal Devices series up until Fallen Angels. And then that was when I then had to wait for Lost Souls to come out. And then Clockwork Princess. So I sort of like did it half and half. I kind of read the first two and then went chronologically after that.
I sometimes forget that there are people that haven't read any.
I've not read it. See, I did this thing where I came back to the online book community. I signed back up to Fairy Loot. And then I went onto the Fairy Trove. And then I was like, oh, look at all these pretty books that haven't sold out yet. So I scrolled down and I was like, oh, Shadow and Bone, don't know what this is. Let's just buy that. And then I went and... And then there was a Becky Chambers book, which is the fourth in the series. Again, didn't even know this was a series. I was like, oh, pretty book, buy that. And then did the same with... No, I did the same with Chain of Iron. And then when they arrived and I was like, oh my God, what the second in the last hours? I'm like, what? Second book, what? And they're like, oh yeah, Chain of Gold. I'm like, oh shit. So 3 books I did that with.
I'm the same, Charlotte. I am the same. I come and go. Like 1 minute I'll be posting like every other day and really getting into it, and then I just won't post for 6 months.
I used
There was
to
a theme though. There was a theme as I start blogging around the same time that we start doing the readathons. So
Yeah.
I probably won't start blogging again until August, did we say?
Yeah, so you'll probably start blogging again in July.
Yeah, I'll probably start blogging
Mid-July.
again. Mid-July is when I'll probably start picking up the keyboard again and starting to blog.
See, I used to do everything on my blog, and then I got back into doing videos, and now my blog is purely for my book reviews. I only post book reviews on there now. I do know the series. I really enjoy blogging.
The thing is with book blogging for me is that I get very sort of, although I do like being creative, I get very technical minded about it. So when it comes to like SEO and stuff, and because I've got like WordPress, it actually comes up with like a tick thing that says like, or in red and green, like, or orange, like you've hit this SEO, you've not hit this SEO, and it bugs me if I post a post without all of them being green, because it's like, oh, your paragraphs are too long, or you've got too many paragraphs to start with the same word, or and it just I get too in my own head, and I can't just write what I want and then just post it.
See, I back when I first started, I did actually start blogging. When I first started my job back in 2017, I vlogged for like 3 or 4 months of just like my life, but my life's not that exciting.
Same.
And even if I was to do like a purely reading vlog of sort of what books I read in a week, not very exciting either, because I only read around 1, maybe half a book a week. 2 or 3 if I'm being particularly good at reading that week. So doing a reading vlog of like, I've read half a book this week, way, here's my thoughts on this half of my book. I don't know how exciting that would be.
The thing is, Beth, like with Beth from the Books Nest, has literally been on about this, because she was getting really worried because it was coming to a point where she was saying that she was struggling to read quite a lot in one week, because she was worried that people were gonna find her vlogs like less interesting and stuff. But for me, I don't care how many books a reading vlog or whatever, a weekly vlog. I don't care how much you read within a week. Like, if I like watching certain people, and if I like you as a person, I like watching you as a person and your personality. Whether you've read half a book, 5 books in a week, I really don't care. Like, if I like watching you, I'll watch you regardless. So if that's one thing that's putting you off doing vlogs, because my life's boring. I'm single. I don't have an exciting job at all, and I couldn't vlog even if I did. Like, have an exciting job, and literally, I'm a hermit. Like, I'm very like.
Again, I'm in a similar boat. I'm single. I live with my parents. Don't go anywhere.
But I like to read, so I just like share my thoughts on the tinterwebs. So just just do that. If that's what's bothering you about vlogging, then just I'd subscribe.
Thanks. I mean, I'm already subscribed.
Yeah, to be fair, my
think
book
actually already
channel
am,
is
but-
still there. My booktube channel is still there. It's just not being worked on at the moment. Like, I still have books. I still have my videos up.
But the question is, Lisa, when are you next doing a buddy read with Kitty?
I don't know. Do you want it to be smutty or... Oh, God, Becca's gone now.
Becca's gone.
Well,
There you go.
everyone went blank then.
We just lost you. We were fine. We just lost you.
I mean, you know how my Wi-Fi's been. I'm not surprised. Yeah, my mum's got all the Cassie books as well.
I'll speak to you later, Kitty. I don't know. I think.
Starting Hob next month. I've already seen that Kitty said, no, wouldn't. You might get spoiled. I have FOMO. I feel that.
Let's just all read the
Don't
Cassie
get
Clare
fussed about
books.
all the tags going on in blogs. They often feel like fillers to me. Yeah, I don't really do many tags on mine.
I
doing
do
blogs so
tagging
much.
because I find that tagging is similar to hashtags on Instagram, and it will push you to certain bloggers who also use those filters.
Yeah.
So you get onto like the right side of WordPress, because the WordPress, especially if you're blogging on WordPress and you just use the blogging part of WordPress, it is almost a little bit like Instagram, where you have a feed of bloggers that you follow, and there is like, you know, you can look up certain filters and look at blog posts from those filters. So I definitely put like 10 or 15 different filtered like tags on my blog posts.
Yeah. I feel this. Like, sometimes if I'm having like an off week, I feel a bit meh about my vlog. I still post it. I think there's only been one week where I didn't post it, and that was because of something that happened. But apart from that, I've stuck to posting. And that the whole lack of creativity, because all the ideas I was coming up with were for a video, not a blog post. So that's why I moved over. Sometimes Jade doesn't finish book. Yeah, see? We still watch her vlogs. We're all hermits.
See, I was vlogging this week initially, but midweek I just started to feel really crap again this week, so I've just totally scrapped this week's vlog.
What I might do is vlog this week and see how I feel. Because this week I'm actually doing stuff, and I'm doing the readathon. I'm going up to Brighton. You know, I probably won't get much from Brighton because I'm with my mum, and my mum doesn't particularly like me vlogging with her previously, but when I've done that. And then I'm also coming down to you, Becca, as well. So
it's a good place to start.
Yeah.
And then just carry on, and we'll still watch.
We'll see if I carry on. We'll see how it goes.
I'm starting a blog, but I'll be uploading audio comments.
Oh,
I like that. That's a really
that sounds cool.
Yeah. Sorry, Jade, I do love your vlogs. Apart from the standard reviews, I've tried vlogs. I love watching. I just don't like. Yeah, that's fair. Whatever works for you. I like the idea of like, oh, wrong one. Of like, no, it's jumped. Of like a reading diary. I like that. Yay. Do you have a TBR? So I basically, because obviously it's the same week as Royal Readathon, I've done my TBR for Royal Readathon, and I'm not doing prompts for Do the Thingathon. I'm just doing, because obviously it's mostly about hitting your goals and stuff. So I'm just like, I'm using my TBR for Royal Readathon to hit my goals. So they're sort of like crossing over. So
I didn't do that. I was an idiot. I'm taking part in Book Netathon. I've also got my normal TBR that I decided to do on top of that, and then I've got this readathon and do the thingathon. And me being an idiot, I only decided to like cross over a few books. So I've now got 26 books for the month, I think, was my total last time I checked. And I've got 4 books for this readathon and an additional 3 for do the thingathon. So
I'm doing a readathon during this whole month as well. So it's like a BTS themed readathon, and it started in the first of the month. And I've read how many books? 3 books. 3 books this month so far. for three of the prompts. There's 8 prompts, and I have managed to get most of them in my Royal Readathon. I think there's only 2 more that I've got left to read this month that I haven't managed to put on my Royal Readathon.
That's what normal people do. They don't try and do separate books for each readathon because
but it still meant I had like 13 books. So there were 8 prompts, and then there was 4 of our prompts. But being the idiot that I am, decided to do 2 books for each of them because I thought, oh, we're doing a 24-hour readathon on Saturday, the 29th, is it? I'll be able to read like 3 or 4 books, which is true. I probably will be able to read 3 or 4 books, especially when one of my books is Alice in Wonderland, that's like tiny. But I still got like 13 books in my TBR, and my average book reading for the month is like 4 books.
right. So
like having a different, like a reading taste that changes is interesting. That as much as I love
yeah,
people like who just like have like a certain type of book they read, it's nice to see someone who has an ever changing reading taste as well. Vlogs really are. I love watching people's vlogs.
yeah.
Especially
I had
since
20.
at the moment we're not getting to actually see people. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously it's starting to open back up again here, but
So I've got 25 books on my TBR for this month, and so far I've read 15. So I've got 10 to read
this is
this
the
week.
perfect comment. Lisa has no chill.
Whatever makes you say that, Kitty? I don't know where that comes from.
The memes and yeah, I couldn't really get much into
Yeah.
those. I kept seeing other people doing them. I was like, I'm not feeling them, so I never really did those ones.
I feel
Right,
like if
I'm
you
looking
have
at the
like
time and it's
certain
5.
days where you post certain posts every week, it kind of gets repetitive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should we do 45 minutes or an hour?
Do an hour, because then we can talk for half, and
Yes.
then it'll be my
Actually get back
dinner
into
time.
reading again. Right, okay, so read until then, and I'll be turning my camera off because I'm going to go eat, and hopefully then you can get a bit of reading in. So see you in an hour.
See you in an hour.
Hello. I'm currently walking.
I can see that.
If you hadn't guessed.
Walking
so
in the
it's been an
rain. She's
eventful
walking.
walking in the rain. It's been an eventful hour. I thought it'd be, you know, a great idea to have a little bit of a nap because I was feeling tired and I laid down and I was like, my back should be, you know, I should relax my back instead of being sat down for too long. Instead, it's seized up. So now I'm in pain. So I'm going to be walking for half an hour before dinner and try and loosen it up a little bit because I am not going to be able to sit in a car for 2 hours tomorrow if I don't.
Oh,
So
God.
here I am in the rain, walking away.
We're walking with you mentally. We just...
Yeah.
How did you get on, Lisa?
I got up to chapter 17 and oh my God, the banter is just epic. Elliot and Kai, I swear to God, his little quick-witted comments, I was just chuckling to myself. He's just so funny. I love him.
It's brilliant. I do. I had dinner and then read 20 pages. So
That's still good for an hour.
yeah, I'm not. I don't know. I'm not.
To be fair,
feeling it.
I
I'm
did
gonna
read
give it a little
12
bit
pages
longer.
as well.
There we go.
So you've done a lot within the hour, Liv.
Yeah. 15 pages, but also made and ate dinner.
Nice.
25 pages read. First chapter done. No, is that Witch War, Tony?
What's Witch War? Who's the author of Witch War?
I'm not sure. I know it's the third book. I think the first one's Witch Storm or Witch Fire. Finish the Secret Lives of Church Ladies by Disha. I am not going to attempt to pronounce that name because I will do it wrong and I don't want to butcher the name. But it was phenomenal, so that's good. Yay.
Colleen has smashed out over like 110 books already. I have no idea how the hell she has done that. But every time I see an update on Twitter, I'm like, you were just smashing these books out.
This is the author of The Witch.
James
Storm.
Clemens. I'm not on Amazon right now.
Sure you're not. And it's spelt like with witch. I think it's the WI''TCH. Yeah.
Oh.
There we go. Oh,
I thought that was just a typo.
I did the first time I saw it written.
I was like, oh, maybe she's just can't spell witch. I just won't correct her.
Oh, thanks, Lisa.
You're welcome, my love.
Amazing. I'm on book 70-something of the year. I'm not sure.
Dude,
I'm
only like 50.
77.
You are absolutely crazy.
My goal's 80.
I'm on book 23 out of 25. I'm doing all right for the year.
You are.
See, that's really good to see that your target's 25. Are you going to up your targets? That's the thing. Once you've hit them, are you going to up them or just see how much?
I'm going to see how many books I've read because last year I only read 26 books, which is why I kept my target at 25 this year. And with everyone going back to normal shortly, I won't be able to read on like my lunch breaks. And I kind of, where I start driving to and from work, I'm losing like an hour and a half of my day. And that hour and a half is like 60 to 80 pages. So I think I'll slow down as the world reopens.
Yeah. Yeah, this is what I do. So I went through a stage where I kept upping it each year based on the previous year. But then the year before last, my goal was 100 and I read 126. And then last year I was like, I'm going to drop it. Obviously, had loads of plans for 2020. So I was like, I'm going to drop it to 80. And then I read 185.
Jesus.
I was on furlough for 2 months, and I have been working from home, so I have so much more reading time.
True.
Um,
True.
But and then this year I was like, I'm still going to keep it at 80, because then there's no pressure once I've hit that 80. Even though I'm going to keep wanting to read more, there's no pressure for me, because I am competitive, and I know if I up it, I'm going to keep upping it.
Yeah. See, I only started reading again like the back end of last year, and I read 20 books within a couple of months. So my goal for this year was 100. But I think regardless of how I do, I think I'm just going to keep it at that 100, because I've still been working through the pandemic, because I was working in a care home. So my rate is not going to change when everything unlocks again. Do you know what I mean? So I'm just gonna keep it at that. But I'm on 55, so he says I'm 16 books ahead of schedule, so I'm doing all right.
Yeah. I mean, my mum had a goal of 80 and she's on 85, so
Sharon's smashing it.
she is. And then Tony originally did 25, but now she's on 37, so she upped it to 50. Had dinner and read 57 pages of Red Rising. I
want to read that.
But
I do.
I don't know if I will.
I've heard so many mixed reviews about it. And the thing is, I can't always gauge what I'm going to like, because I like seeing reviews about it. But I can't always say, well, so-and-so likes it, so I'm going to like it. Because there's loads of people that I watch. Like Jade, for instance, some books that, like Darker Shade of Magic series, she loves, I love, but she didn't like Tristan. So no matter who I go to, I can't really say I'm worried about not liking it. But
I always go off of what Becca likes and what Becca doesn't like, because Becca knows my style of reading. We've got to know each other quite well, and she will know if I won't like a book.
Yeah, so like I'm trying to think of an example of Priory of the Orange Tree. I absolutely love that book. Liv will not, purely because it's quite high fantasy, so I wouldn't recommend it to her. Whereas The Bone Season, she might like, because it's set more in our world, but just like futuristic, not proper futuristic, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
One year I reached it, changed it, then didn't reach the second one, so I don't change it anymore. Yeah, exactly. It takes the pressure off you. If you do what I do and just like reach it really early in the year, then you can just relax and just enjoy your time. I mean, even though I didn't change when I hit the 80 last year, and then I started to reach nearer 200, I was so tempted to change it to 200, but I'm glad I didn't. I didn't make it to 200.
Yeah.
My mum listened to the
also
audio.
you can then say that you've completed your reading challenge.
Yeah,
exactly. And then there's no pressure.
Yeah. See, the thing is, like, for when I was younger, I'd read more contemporary. You know, I was very much like Jacqueline Wilson and all those kind of books. And then when I started book blogging a few years ago, I got into more indie authors, and then the indie authors tended to do more fantasy, and that's when I really got into fantasy. And it's only recently, since watching like Steph in India, that some of the more contemporary books that have come out have sort of triggered my interest in contemporary. So I read, like, my interests are vast. This is one reason why someone told me a few years ago, someone actually said this to me, that because I don't have a niche, I will never be big on any platform, because you can only grow your following if you have a niche. Because I can't pick one, because I like books, I like makeup, I like crafting, and I want to start doing all those types of videos on my channel. They're like, well, no, you're never going to get anywhere, because you need to pick a niche and stick to it, so you're not going to do well.
I think you do. You do you, basically.
Yeah.
And the thing is, if there's like a makeup video, and someone who watches your book videos doesn't want to watch your makeup videos, they won't watch your makeup videos, but they'll watch your book videos, like, and vice versa. So I just always say, just do what you
Just think
want.
about all the lifestyle vloggers out there that literally just vlog their life. That's what you'd be doing. You'd be looking at your life, be
Yeah.
it makeup, books. Sorry,
Yeah.
something got very windy and very wet. It wasn't this bad when I first left the house. It was just only drizzling when I left. And I thought, oh, that's fine. I can do this in drizzle. Now I'm like soaking wet. I'm like, no.
Yeah, the thing is, a few months ago
I
when I
will be
first started...
going into
Okay.
I'm about to go into Tesco's because I need some painkillers and some warm, like heat pads and chocolate because I want chocolate
Yeah.
because I'm in pain.
But yeah, I get this, Colleen. Like, I mean, I
Yeah.
mostly read fantasy, but like, I used to read quite a lot of contemporary, and I do pick up the occasional contemporary, but it has to pique my interest.
Yeah.
This
Like a
is
few
amazing. Go
Jeez.
Harriet.
Yeah. Like a few months ago, I was thinking of different YouTube ideas where I could mix makeup with my reading. And then I was thinking, well, I'll do like a makeup review while I do my makeup. And then Mel started doing her series. And then I was like, people are just going to think I've copied her. When so then I was like, oh, maybe I wouldn't do that. But then...
That's so, like, I can't think of the word, but like, when you think of something and then someone else does it, and you're like, oh,
Yeah.
people are just going to think I've copied
Because
them.
she's got so many more followers than me, and like she's shot up like really quickly. Like people just gonna think, well, I'm just copying her. But like I was as soon as she released her first video, I was like, I've literally just written down this in my notes of ideas that I wanted to do with this, and she was all like, go for it, do it. But then I'm just thinking, I don't know. As much as I don't like to say that, I think I worry about what people think a lot. I don't know, I shouldn't, but I do.
I mean,
and it's always
you could always do it, and then like just say like you had the idea, and then this other person started doing it, but
yeah.
because
Yeah.
some people do have like obviously like
Sorry,
the same
this was tough.
ideas. But last 5 books: contemporary short story collection, middle grade short story collection, paranormal horror graphic novel, Christian fiction, and thriller. That is a very diverse.
I've never heard of Christian fiction in my life. I didn't even know that was a thing.
That's probably not something I would read. I have read a book that was like that, and it was actually the first book I ever got granted on NetGalley, and it did not have anything in the blurb about it being Christian fiction, and I did not like it, and I felt really bad.
I don't even know. I don't even know where to start with that. There was one book that I've read recently that was sent to me by the authors, and it was 7 Wonders, by Charlie Todd and Gaynor May, I think it is. And that was a contemporary, but their religion was talked about within the book because they were all Christians and all part of the same. But it wasn't like, I wouldn't say it was Christian fiction, I would say it was contemporary where a lot of the kids were religious, but it wasn't sort of like thrown in your face. It was just like casually mentioned that they were religious, just like they were all casually queer. Do you know what I mean? It was very sort of they just are what they are. Do you know what I mean? I love books like that though.
Yeah, I like because them sort of books are interesting, but when it's like in your face, I'm like, no. Just had dinner. Excited to read a bit more tonight. Yes, we are going to get better with actually sprinting this time.
Yes,
and actually read.
I'm really loving this book. Like honestly, I'm so glad I picked it up.
So glad. Find it quite easy to switch genres, especially if I'm reading multiple books at the same time. If I'm reading multiple books, I mean, I say this, but ignore me because I will read like I'll have 5 books I'm currently reading, they'll all be fantasy. But like I find it easier if those multiple books are different genres. Because it's easier to like you know what I mean? Between the two.
Yeah, see,
or
I've got right, ignore the stack of books here, right? Because I've got One Piece. I've read the first volume of this, and then I'm reading the other 2. And then I started The Stars and the Blackness Between them, but I found it hard to get into, so I've stopped. I started House in the Cerulean Sea, and I was
surprisingly, This is the only book I currently have on the go. But that's only because I finished my last Eurovision book that I was going to fit in last night. So I really
It's
like Amish
just-
Christian fiction. They're very cute and wholesome. Some are murder mysteries or romance, but they centre around the Amish community. Oh, that sounds nice.
One thing I do like the sound of is Olivia reads a lot. She likes like thrillers and mysteries and stuff, and she's been recently reading some like contemporary cozy mysteries, and they just sound so great. I might have a look and see if I can find some of them, because sometimes I like a little cozy mystery and just like
Yeah.
yeah.
I'll read anything that piques my interest, regardless of genre. I don't really have one, which that's fair. I mean, I do lean more towards fantasy, but the first part, I will, if something sounds interesting, I don't care what genre it is, I'll read it.
Yeah.
But I mostly go for fantasy.
If it comes to horror, there's very, very much gritty things. 2 books today.
Today?
Harriet, what is going on?
And May start a 4th.
No. How long are these books, Harriet? Because
there's 4 books.
Finished 2. For Liv's benefit, finished 2, started reading a 3rd, and May start a 4th.
You're crazy.
And then there's me, like...
I look slightly pregnant now, where I've got my chocolate.
Oh, I love this. It's so funny.
I've got chocolate and peanuts.
Nice.
That's what I needed.
Just
They didn't
what
have
we
any
need.
heat patches, but they did have some Voltarol, so get some Voltarol on me.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when it comes to horror, I'm not really a fan of horror, but thriller, mysteries, fantasy, contemporary. I'll pick generally any of anything else. But one thing I do want to get done this year, and at least fit in somewhere, is that a lot of the thrillers that I've got were all sent in 2016 as like arcs or as by publishers. And there's like I've got 2 shelves full of books down there that have been gifted to me that I feel really bad that I've not got around to reading. So
Yeah.
I'm really wanting to at some point get through a backlist of them, because I know that with thrillers, unless I really, really love it, I can also look at unhauling some of them as well.
Yeah. See, when Jade did her Readathon, the planned one at the beginning of April,
Yeah.
on that day, I read 4 books which were like backlist arcs from NetGalley. So, but I already had the physical copies.
Yeah.
So I managed to read those, and then on Eurovisionathon I managed to get a couple of books that I've got the e-arcs, but I've also got the finished copies, and I managed to read them. So I've just got to write the reviews for all of these now.
Yeah. I have got a backlist of NetGalleys. Yeah. I've got to write the reviews. I've got a backlist of NetGalley things that I want to get through, books I want to get through. Some I still have on my Kindle and some I don't, so I'm obviously not going to be able to get around to them. But then I've got a backlist of those physical books I want to get to. So I'm going to try and make it a project.
The only physical arcs I've got to get through are, well, this isn't an arc. This is a finished copy that they sent me after approving me for the arc on NetGalley. And it came out at the beginning of 2020. And then
You've done better than me.
And then I have a physical arc that was sent to me last month, so I'm going to try and fit that in fairly soon, and I'm getting sent a couple more.
Yeah, I'm saying I need to get through my backlist, but I've got 2 that have already arrived, 1 that's on the way that needs to be ready the next 2 months, and I've also been sent 2 ebooks as arcs as well, so I'm like...
Okay, partway through Fallen Angels, and they finished before the stream, then finished Sun Neptune, and just started May read first section of the Dragon Reborn. Okay. Don't feel bad, Harriet. I'm currently reading Assassin's Apprentice, The Crown of Gilded Bones, The Yellow Wallpaper, and Other Stories, and about to start The Drowning Kind.
I love it.
We love chaos.
Chaos is my middle name. Like, my friend says to me, he doesn't know how I get through life. When it comes to work, I am super organised, work brain on, professional, personal life at home, it's like, how do you function? How do you live by yourself? Are you okay? No. That's why I have him as a
I'm
best friend. He
hectic in both
balances
my
it.
work and my work and home life. It's quite funny.
See,
But you need
in
someone to
work,
balance you out.
I'm the one that everyone goes to for filing. Obviously, when we was in the office, I was always the one, like, if someone wanted something filed, they would bring it to me, because anyone else do it, no one would be able to find the files because they weren't done properly. So I was just like, right, who's got files under their desk that they have not filed? And I would just take these files, order them, and organise them properly into the boxes that needed to go. And yeah, I dread to think what these people are doing with their houses working from home, because
The
I'm
only
not
thing
there.
organised in my personal life is my bookshelves. My bookshelves currently are organised by thriller and sci-fi down here, paperbacks up there, hardbacks in bedroom, and all by alphabetical order. That's what I've done. But everything else in my life is just. No. I've even had to tidy the background just so
I
that you
feel
don't
you
see
on that.
chaos on the sofa.
Red Rising and the Dragon Reborn are books I wanted to read for Do a Thingathon, as they're my last two books I need to read for May TBR. That's fair.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. She's almost finished Assassin's Apprentice. She's listened to the audio.
What are you thinking, Sharon? Are you liking?
Supposed to be written 11/22/63.
No.
Gavin.
No.
Yeah, I don't own it, and I point blank refuse to.
I am not going to get that. No.
Brick.
No.
That is a brick.
I
What? I
refuse
don't
to get that
understand
book.
this.
11/22/63 is a book by Stephen King,
Yeah.
and is like that
Chonky.
big. It's huge.
Yeah.
And I think Gavin wants to read it for Do a Thingathon, and a few of the patrons are joining in on it, and they're doing it as like a little like readathon.
Good luck.
Read.
But
So in answer
Stevie...
to Colleen's question, yes, she is enjoying it.
But Stephen King has a couple of chunky books. Like, wasn't it like 1,200 pages?
I avoid that book like a plague.
Yeah,
So
Liam, who Buddy Read Akatar with, he read it before we started the Buddy Read, and there's just I don't know.
The only Stephen King books I've read are Carrie, Misery, and Pet Sematary.
I've not read any.
I think they're three of his shortest books, so I picked wisely. But they're all right. Misery is my favourite.
Yeah,
but
I've seen the film for that.
Kathy Bates is just amazing in that film. But I could not. I know what bit you're.
Were you like this?
Imagine that in the book.
I just couldn't. I was like this the whole time. Like, I want to see it, but I don't want to see it.
Oh. I'm getting a phone call, guys. Give me a second.
Okay.
Oh, I had a phone call from someone and I didn't pick up. Let me call them back.
Oh, she put walking. I just realised what she put there.
I have 3 Stephen King books and never read them. Which 3 do you have, Tony? Oh, she's answered. Under the Dome, The Green Mile, and Firestar.
I've seen The Green Mile.
The Green Mile and Firestar are. They were hers. I had them for years, and then I gave them back to her, and never read them. I watched the film for The Green Mile, and I point blank refused to read the book because that.
I will not read the book because
broke me.
I don't like the dark. That's all I need to say. I don't.
No. My mum's read Carrie, Cujo, and Christine. I would not be able to read Cujo because it's an animal, and no.
Oh no. Nope.
I can't do it. But Christine, I would be intrigued to read. I like some Stephen King, but not others. Sometimes I think they're awful, and other times they're awesome. Yeah, so like I wasn't a massive fan of Pet Sematary. I read that last year or the year before. Not a fan of it. Not gonna lie. I was a bit
See, I watched
disappointed.
it, and I watched the recent rebuild with it, and I watched it with my best friend, and I have a vivid imagination, so I should never watch stuff like that. And I'm just like, you're like, nope. His voice is always in the back of my head, and I'm like,
The thing is, I think, is it Bill Skarsgård that plays Pennywise? I know it's one of the Skarsgårds. I'm pretty sure it's Bill. And my friend is like in love with him, and she was really excited when she found out he was going to be in it, and then she found out he was going to be Pennywise.
yeah, Bill Skarsgård, yeah.
Yeah, I knew it was one of the Skarsgårds. But yeah.
He plays it so well, and that voice is just creepy.
I think that was to the Green Mile comment.
Oh, I know, totally. I feel the pain. I've watched it once, and I'm never going to watch it again.
I've read The Shining and Carrie so far. I have 4 of his on my TBR, which I need to get to. Nice. Which ones are on your TBR?
I'm curious about The Shining, though.
Yeah. I don't know.
But that's just because
hit or miss with him, and I'm not a massive fan of horror books. His short stories are my favourite way to consume his work. He gets way too... Yes. It really doesn't need to... Isn't The Stand over 1,000 pages? 100 pages. It's definitely over 100 pages. No. Watched it once, never again.
I can't. I think it's the actor as well, because I love the actor who plays him. And I think I felt way too many emotions. I cried far too much. I felt like I was losing a member of my family.
Anyone who can watch The Green Mile and not have their heart broken has no heart.
Have a stone heart.
Hey,
I'm Kitty.
Charlie's there.
This is Charlie.
Charlie, my finger. That's all I think of.
I'm now.
I've got Salem's Lot. I've just seen a comment here. I'm buddy reading that with Liam next month, so I don't know. I'll have to let you know what's going on with that, because I don't know much about it, but it's supposed to be good, so I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, I won't read it. I don't really know if I'm fussed about Salem's Lot. Pet Sematary I wasn't the biggest fan of, and Misery I loved. And I'm guessing this is about the Disney years. Mine are on like my wall up there.
That cat's so pretty.
Good movies. His books do make. I always prefer the movies to his books. Definitely.
Yeah.
But
oh, the Mouse and the Green Mile.
Oh, it's been so long since I don't remember.
Oh.
I feel like I've just like completely removed that film from my brain because it hurt too much. Rita Hayworth and The Shawshank Redemption is a short story. It was published in his collection. Okay. I've never seen Shawshank Redemption. And
I have.
So shocked about that.
I have. Not purposefully. I was scrolling through Sky with my mum, and she was like, "Oh, Shawshank's on." I'm like, "Oh, let's watch this." It's a good film.
I enjoyed Under the Dome series. Was good. Is that one of them series that just got like cancelled though, without actually being, or am I just instantly thinking of Secret Circle, which isn't Stephen King, but whenever I think of TV shows that got cancelled, I think of Secret Circle because I'm so angry.
Oh, there was
really annoyed at Secret Circle.
I've never watched it.
All the Shawshank Redemption.
There was this one series that I started watching, because I'm very much into watching very cheesy fantasy type series. And there was this series, I can't remember who was the actress. I think it was one of the actresses who used to be in Buffy, I'm sure it was. But there was a couple of seasons, and then one of the seasons ended on a cliffhanger. And it was kind of like everything was going to come together, and then it just didn't. And then I was like, oh my God, it's the next season. They're like, oh, it's cancelled. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
What happened?
That's what happened. That's what happened with the Secret Circle. I was so annoyed.
Oh.
My other half is a major Stephen King fan. It gets forced on me. Yeah. Well, let's not talk about Secret Circle. Let's not talk about Secret Circle. Right. I'm keeping an eye on the time. Shall we go for another half hour?
Yes.
Charlie lets you.
I will probably disappear because my dinner's only about 5 minutes away, and I need to put cream on my back and take some more pain meds and just feel sorry for myself. So I will
I
come
hope
back
your back
after
is
dinner.
feeling better. I hope it's feeling
Me
better.
too.
Thank you. I hope so too.
Give Charlie cuddles for me, please.
I will do.
Okay, see you in a bit.
See you later.
Bye.
have set my timer a minute later because I've still got like 37 seconds. Because I've started doing a timer on my phone so that I wouldn't get distracted.
Are you starting to enjoy it a bit more now?
A little bit, yeah. How did you do?
I read about 35 pages. I'm now going into chapter 19. So
Nice.
my audiobook says about 40% through now, so I've done quite well on that so far.
Yeah. I managed to get 29 pages done, which...
You're speeding up then. That's good.
Yeah, still not like massively loving it, but I think it's starting to get to the point now where stuff's going to start actually happening.
Yeah.
So, hopefully. My mum did 19 pages. How did everyone else do? Made some more progress on Assassin's Apprentice. It is such a slow build. Definitely reads like the first in the series. Yeah, I definitely get that. I got that when I read it. 14 pages. Almost finished chapter 2. Nice. Nice. Watch Jade's Unhaul and read 8 pages. I did not see that she had posted an Unhaul. I'll be watching that.
Yeah, we'll watch
Ordered
that
dinner.
later.
What did you order? Food.
I could do with some food, but I don't know what food I want.
Order something in?
Oh God. I live in the town centre, so like it's so easy for me to just literally McDonald's is like 2 minutes down the road. And I've got a Nando's and then a Subway and then a KFC. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I've got everything around me as well. Hey, Charlie! 29 pages and 8 crumpets? Nice. Charlie is the friend I was telling you about before with the cat who sent me the picture and the bow tie would have just like made it.
Oh.
Yeah, that's one of Charlie's cats.
I love pets. I wish I had a pet.
Did
So
you
just
see Belle before? When I come back from dinner, did you see?
Yeah.
I did think
Such a cute dog. Oh.
she is so cute. I was trying to get Zammy to come up and like lay down with me, but she got up, looked at me, and then went and laid back down again. It's like, well, okay.
I see everyone with all these animals. Like I was saying that Liam keeps sending me pictures of his cat, and I'm just like, oh, it's just so squishy. Oh, speaking of, hello.
Chinese. Me and Liv are getting Chinese on technically Friday, but what we're doing is because we're doing a 24-hour readathon on Saturday.
Yeah.
So we're going to go to bed super early Friday, and my mum and dad are going to order Chinese, and they're going to order ours and leave it for us so that when we wake up just before midnight, we've got Chinese.
Sounds like fun.
Went for pizza in the end. Oh, nice.
See, I never know what to order when someone gives me the option. I'm a Libra, so like decision making is not my forte.
It'd be easier if you didn't have as many options around you.
True, very true. But
yeah, we have McDonald's, KFC, sushi place, Domino's.
yeah, Domino's as well. Yeah,
all of them.
When I go to my mum's house, she's like, "Do you want takeaway tonight?" I'm like, "Yeah. What do you want?" She's like, "I don't know. What do you want?" And my dad's like, "I don't know. What do you want?" I'm like,
you spend so much time deciding it. You could have had something ordered by that point.
I'm like, "Dad just decided. Me and Mum will just go along with it." Like, but then I'll say I don't mind because I genuinely don't mind. But Mum will be like, "Yeah, I don't fancy Chinese though." But that's like,
as soon as you like suggest something, they're like, not that though.
Yeah.
Don't fancy that though.
Hey, fellow Libra.
I'm an
indecisive
Aries.
as fuck.
I'm an
Aries. Really? You don't give Aries energy at all.
Really?
Yeah.
No one's ever shocked when I say, "Oh, I'm an Aries." I don't know what's happening with my.
Maybe if I got to know you more, then I might think you're more Aries. But
yeah, no one's ever shocked when I say I'm an Aries. Like I was due on the 19th of March, which would have made me a Pisces, but I decided to be lazy and not be born till the 31st. which made me an Aries.
Me and my sister were both 10 days late. Like, exactly 10 days later, we gave her one so she was so annoyed. But both my sister's children were born 10 days late as well. And
More
Aries.
Aries, yeah.
I love Aries energy though. Like, it's just, I don't know why. I don't think I should. I've been told that Libras tend to not get along with Aries, but I like Aries. I don't think there's any particular star sign I don't get along with.
I mean, I feel like I'm very indecisive as well. I literally had to do a Twitter poll the other day because I couldn't decide which book to start reading. So I just made Twitter choose.
I'm just 56
pages.
pages. Wow, that's a lot. Harriet's
It's a lot.
smashing it.
I wouldn't be
Jesus,
surprised
girl.
if Harriet finishes that book tonight.
I know, and I'm sat here on like 100 and odd pages of this, and she's like, I've read 4 books today.
You're on page 92.
What the hell?
Oh.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I can't make decisions for anything in my life at all, ever.
Yeah, I'm not good at making decisions. Only 78 pages. You'll easily finish that.
Yeah, you'll smash through that today. I'm on page 140, and this book's like 350 odd pages. So about 358. So about 210 pages left-ish.
That's not
220-ish.
You're getting through it pretty quickly as well.
Yeah, I think once the live's over, I think I'll just carry on reading it and just try and get it finished today, because then I've only got 9 more books to read for the rest of the week.
Well, I've got 8 more books, including this one. I've got 8 books on my TBR. I will not finish this tonight.
Oh God, no.
To be fair, I only started it on the first sprint though that we did.
Yeah.
So, and it is quite a slow starter. Got 173 pages left. This needs to be finished today. I'm so bored of it. Oh no.
Oh no, that's
it always
not
takes
good.
even longer if you're bored with a book.
Yeah.
You read a lot slower. Split Red Rising into 50-page chunks. That's fair. That makes sense. That's a good idea. I find it easier to do it like that as well. Like when I do buddy
I do that a
reads.
lot on buddy reads or bigger books.
Yeah. I did it with Priory of the Orange Tree. I still have all of my post-it notes, each part. Some parts
I've not
than
tackled
others.
that yet.
It's so good.
I've not
So
tackled that
good.
yet. Samantha Shannon is as an author I've yet to tackle.
I really enjoyed it. I read it a lot quicker than I thought I would as well. I read it in like a few days. So
if I really like a book, hey, Jade has returned.
hello. You're here shrimping.
Ow!
Shrimp has had to go for a bit because she's gone to have dinner, but Shrimp will return.
But I've got so many books I want to read. Like, I started reading The House on the Cerulean Sea yesterday, and I think I've got 143 pages into it. And even so far, I'm just loving it. I want to read all the books.
I've not seen anyone not like that. So,
to be fair, at first I'm not a fan of Linus to begin with, but I think it's because it's supposed to be stuck up, and it's supposed to be very like by the book and all rules and that kind of thing, because it's supposed to be like that. Hi, Jude.
All of my whatever thumb books and tab them of what pages I need. Nice. I've planned all
That's
my
a good
whatever
idea.
books, and my TBR's filmed. I think I might edit it tomorrow, but it's not going up till the weekend. I sectioned a lot of my books, especially those with long chapters. I need the motivation. Yeah, that makes sense. House in the Cerulean Sea is such a hug of a book. This is what this is such a but he's a squeaker. See, I've heard so many people talk about it, and hi Sharon. and yeah, like I'm like
I can see what they mean though, because like you can tell that he's just not happy with his life, and I just want to be like, you could be so much more than what you are. But in another vein, like, he just reminds me of me. Like, he's single, he just focuses on work. He's just very much an introvert, and I'm just like, that's just me. I'm like, I have no life. I'm a hermit.
Planned all 16 books, and 3 of them are Brand Sanderson.
No, Harriet,
I mean,
why?
to be fair, this is Harriet who has posted this comment.
I know, but like, that's
Free
that's
Brandon
chunky.
Sanderson. The only
See,
Brandon Sanderson I've read is the first era 1 of the Mistborn trilogy. I loved those 3, and I've read Skyward. I wanted to read Elantris, but I haven't got to. Yeah, it's been
I've
on
read
my 3
Elantris.
TBRs.
I've read Elantris, and that was my introduction into Sanderson. I then went and bought the first Mistborn era without even reading the first book. I've said it to my friends, and if anyone knows me personally, they know I'm a completionist. So even if I didn't like the first book, I would probably still want to finish the first era anyway, just to say that I've done it.
Yeah.
So I just bought all 3 books anyway. So I really don't like finishing things. So I need to finish these readathons this month, otherwise I'm gonna.
I have a book. It's on my TBR cart. I started reading it for Myth Takes last year, so
No.
June, I think. And I got halfway through the book, and I was just bored, and I kept my bookmarks still in it, and I'm like, I want to finish it. I'm not getting.
I can't do that.
To DNF. Usually, I would just be like, yeah, I'll DNF it, but I'm not getting the feeling to DNF it completely, like have that closure. I want to finish it, but who knows? I think the struggles on his adult life is why it's categorized as an adult book, because we can all relate. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that about that book. Yeah, good luck. It's very ambitious.
See, I've sorted out my books that I want, and then I watched Steph's contemporary graphic novels. I'm not on contemporary. I'm on Dreams and Drama Queens. But some of those graphic novels, and then she's like, "Oh, when you're doing readathons, it's great to get graphic novels in." I looked at my list and I'm like, I have no graphic novels, and I start a new job next week as well. So I'm like, why have I done this to myself? So I was trying to think could I rejig and get some fantasy graphic novels in there somewhere, because I've just shot myself in the foot with that one.
Yeah.
Seriously, I know I've done that to myself.
They read really quickly though. I have Elantris, Warbreaker, and Starsight. Starsight will be an easy read. I mean, I've not read Starsight, but Skyward was a really easy read.
Elantris was easy for me. But I have been told that's kind of like an introduction to Sanderson, that it's not too overly complex.
Yeah.
But I read Elantris in a day and a half, straight reading. It was great.
Yeah. Hi, Tony. I had the completion problem as well, but I got better at DNF in series and DNF in overall. I have definitely got better at this. I don't think I'd DNF'd a book until about a year and a half ago, and now if I'm not enjoying it, I'm going to DNF it. Yeah, I'm listening because I've got the audiobook for it.
Taste, Sharon, aren't you?
Yeah, and she listened to the audiobook, but I'm like,
yeah, I did too.
I mean, I am sorry, but I am middle grade monarchs.
Dreams and Drama Queen.
Because, however, half of my TBR isn't middle grade, but whatever, because it's whatever I thought.
It is whatever you want.
Alfie doesn't feel like reading. Oh, that's fine. He doesn't have to read. I'm not going to force him to read just so he can join his aunt's sprints. Lots of middle grade graphic novels. I don't even know is Nimona and Lumberjanes classed as middle grade? Because I heard people say that it's.
I don't know what I put it down as. Let me have a look. What did I put Lumberjanes?
Because I have both, but
I put Lumberjanes as middle grade on my thing, because I'm sure it is.
Yeah, but Nimona's on my TBR for this week because it's been on my shelf for a lifetime. Yep, we have more middle grade monarchs, little subjects. Half my TBR is contemporary, so I feel you. Yeah.
See, I've picked the books. I've picked a mixture, but I've tried to also incorporate like queer, like LGBTQ rep as well.
Yeah.
So it's been a bit. But then obviously you've got your middle grade monthly book, and then we've got contemporary book club pick, and I'm like, none of it's fantasy.
Yeah, so Lumberjanes is middle grade. Daughter's 10 is Lumberjanes, so I'd say.
Yes.
Awesome. Maybe, I mean, I've already filmed my June TBR, but maybe I'll try and fit Lumberjanes on. Maybe.
It's a graphic novel, you can squeeze it in there.
This is Epic and High, isn't it?
Yeah, Black's
Yeah.
Epic and High. We don't know her.
Tony is also middle grade Monarchs, and at least half of the TBR is middle grade. Yeah, I managed to get Me, My Dad, and the End of the Rainbow as my Pride book cover prompt for Whatever-a-thon. Because
see, I should have done that. I might have to change that because I've saying that I've literally just forgot that we had that as a middle grade book. But the one that I have chosen is non-fiction. Oh,
I like that.
I do. I've read Lumberjane's first one, and it's just so funny.
Yeah, I was I don't know what older it's there. I was like looking. I was like, where is it? It's not on my middle grade shelf. Oh well, but yeah, I haven't actually read it. I only got it a couple of months back though. I think it was one of my gifted for my birthday. I don't know whether to read Assassin's Apprentice again. I did DNF it, but if I get it on Kindle, I might go to it quicker. Plus, it's on Ashley's fave list. I mean, if you've got it on Kindle, you might as well give it a go if you want to. Worth a go if you want to, but and I mean, some people do DNF a book and then they go back to it and they love it. So yeah. I forgot about. I'm pretty sure she got Me, My Dad, and the End of the Rainbow. Pretty sure that was on her. Tony, are you lying? I'm sure she had that. More middle grade Monarchs. Epic and High. The audio is on Scribd. I'm listening. Yeah, that's how actually, I was going to listen to Assassin's Apprentice on Scribd, but then Scribd decided to do that thing where it stopped me listening to anything.
Yeah.
So, because I was buddy reading it with two of my friends, one of them has the audiobook, so she let me use her login details so I could listen to it. So I did it like that. But I had the Kindle as well.
Yeah, I did the listening while I read along, and I've kind of got into a habit of that, which is I'm finding it quite difficult to just go back to normal reading now, without an audiobook to help, because I was reading this and I just every noise I hear and it just distracts me.
Yeah.
So
there we go.
Tony, are you okay?
I was gonna say, I was like, no, I'm pretty sure she bought it. I remember seeing it.
I've just checked my list, and my Pride Flag one is actually one I do need to read next month anyway. I was sent an arc of it's a non-fiction, but I'm guessing it's gonna be pretty quick because it's about famous people that you don't know are gay.
Oh.
It's called No Way They Were Gay, and it's like a non-fiction of all these different people that you wouldn't have guessed were gay. But
see, I originally for that one I had If This Gets Out, because the cover is literally the bi flag, because I've got a meme up for it. And it's like one of my most anticipated books. But then I was like, it doesn't actually come out till like December, January, and it's YA, not middle grade. So I was like, if I can fit a middle grade one on there instead, which is also the middle grade monthly book, it makes sense. So I sacrificed If This Gets Out, although I'm so excited for that book. So excited. Went to eat. Nice. That's where Liv is right now. Eating. I'm fine, maybe a little tired. This is me every day of my life. I DNF'd the 4th Witcher book last year, and I'll give it a second chance next week. I think it was a bit too much war strategy for me back then. Yeah, I read the very first book in the Witcher series and wasn't a fan and was really disappointed, only to find out that's actually a collection of short stories, and that's why I was confused of all the time jumps. because it's not actually set out as different stories. It looks just like normal chapters. And I was
Oh
like,
God.
what's happening? It's literally the first season of Netflix. And I was like, when it's a TV show, it kind of makes sense. But in a book, it needed to have them breaking
Yeah.
it up. And I was so confused. So I didn't really enjoy it. And then I'm like, apparently the second book isn't actually the first book in the series. It's another one of those. But at least I'll know that going into it.
Yeah.
But I do want to. They're ones that I'm just getting from the library because I'm probably never going to read them again after. But I'm intrigued by them. So, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are using that one for the pride flag because, like, especially if you open up the front cover, it's literally just that first page is gorgeous.
Normal people that realise that should be a thing will do that, but me being me didn't.
Look at it, it's so pretty.
It's so. I've already read it as well though, but I really want to reread it because it was just so wholesome, and I also listened to the audiobook of that as well,
I'm so
and it was
excited.
just, it was great.
I
Loved it.
originally, for the pride flag, my original, before I thought of if this gets out and then that, I was like, oh, it's Maddie's Readathon, I'm going to twist it and I'm going to read an Alice Osman book because if you put all of her books next to each other, it's a pride flag. But then I was like, then I realised, oh, actually, no, there's actually books that I could use properly. But I'm still reading an Alice Osman one because I'm reading Solitaire for debut.
Oh, I've just got that. Liam just gifted me that.
Ooh.
Was it Solitaire?
The pink
Yeah,
one.
I think it was. Yeah, the pink one. Yeah. But I also treated myself to all 4 volumes of the graphic novel series.
Yay! I love Heartstopper. I need to read volume 4. I have put volume 4 on my TBR, but it's not part of my Whatever-a-thon one because obviously Royal Readathon finishes on the Saturday. And then I've got the Sunday and the Monday, and I know I could just use it as a break from reading, but I know I'm going to want to pick something up for volume 4 of Heartstopper. Yeah, pride flag. I'm going with the Dark and Hollow Star for the pride. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I do need to read that, but it's just
I've
so
heard mixed
chunky.
reviews about that now. Like,
yeah, it's
so many mixed reviews.
It's so pretty, though. I love the short story books. The first real book is a lot more dense. Yeah, I think if I'd gone into it knowing it was a short story book, I would have enjoyed it more. But I was just so confused. And I finished the book and I was like, what the hell was that? And then like 3 weeks later, someone thought to tell me, actually, no, that's just, you read it first, but it's not actually the first book. And I was like, well, thanks. Didn't know that. I think Solitaire for debut too. Yeah. I mean, obviously, it's not my first Alice Osman book. The first book I read by her was I Was Born for This, which is my heart. I love it. I love I Was Born for This.
I've got all of her books on my wish list now, and I've never read any of her books. I'm literally just, I'm just looking for a pretty cover, and they all look so pretty. And I just feel like so many people can't love her so much, and I've not heard anything negative. And that's coming from people who read all different genres. So
yeah.
I've just been like, fuck it, I'll just get it put on my list.
I mean, I always say I wasn't the biggest fan of Radio Silence, but when I say I wasn't the biggest fan, I'm comparing it to how I loved I Was Born for This. But if I hadn't have read I Was Born for This, I would have loved Radio Silence. But because I'd already had the high expectations from I Was Born for This.
Yeah, I find that with some books, yeah.
I want to read the Falling in Love montage. It sounds
I've never heard it.
It sounds so good. When I did my first bookshop trip when they reopened, I looked for it, but it wasn't there. I don't know if it's available in Waterstones or if it was just my Waterstones didn't have it because my Waterstones is pretty small. But it sounds really good. I like the sound of it.
I keep looking behind you, and I am so envious of the fact that you've got Charmcaster in hardback. And I'm
Queenslayer is missing because it's in my TBR pile because I'm using it for one of the prompts in Whatever-a-thon. But
see, I've got The Way of the Argosy as well in hardback, and I've got.
It's supposed to be orange, but the spine is sun bleached to yellow. Because I bought the first 4 off of someone on Facebook sales. She was selling the first 4 for 20 quid plus shipping. I know.
Shut up.
I was like, are you sure? And she was like, yeah, it's fine. I was like,
Do you know
I
how
was like,
rare
I
this
think I love you.
What
But
the?
like, it sucks that it's a bit sun bleach, but you know, I own it, so I'm okay.
But I've been looking all over the hardcover of that, and I even went onto American Amazon, and then I went on Canadian Amazon, and then I saw that it was on Canadian Amazon, and I was like, yes, $5,000. Are you joking me? I am not paying $5,000 for
No,
the hardcover.
When I saw you say about that, I did have a little look. I was like, if I can find it one. No. Paperback, yes.
I know that
Hardback,
paperbacks
no.
are everywhere. I found one on eBay that somebody was selling for 30 quid. But then it was really strange because I questioned it because it was the only one I could find. And then I said, is this the actual hardback? Like, are you still selling it? Is it the hardback and not the paperback? And they're like, yeah, it's the hardback. They responded and said, do you want it? So I said, yeah. And then the next thing you know, it's sold. And I was like, well, how have you sold? It was like, and then I was like, how have you got hold of the hardback anyway? And he was like, I travel around the world and I can get different books. And I was just like, are you fobbing me off? Like, I'm sure it was a scam because 1 minute it was saying, do you want it? And then the next day they were like, oh, it's sold.
Yeah.
I'm glad I didn't dump 30 quid on money on that.
See,
I was willing to pay 30 quid for it, like.
This is a problem I've seen a lot of people having because the other 5 books are fairly easy to get in paperback with the sprayed edges, but not the first one. Unless you want to like sell your firstborn. But I would just paint it myself because I've painted a few book edges and they've come out okay. So I would have just done it like that. I mean, it's nothing on Jade's.
I know. I've bought The Way of the Argosy and I've pre-ordered the Fall of the Argosy, I think.
Is that available for pre-order already?
I'm sure it is.
Oh.
I think it's on Waterstones, is it? Oh, was it?
Oh. See, I have the greatcoat. I've not started the greatcoats yet, but I have the greatcoats on audiobook at the moment because Joe Jameson. But I do want to get them on paperback. Although it's going to stress me out that I'll have one series in hardback and one in paperback. But you know, yes, she did. She bought a Spellslinger and Trader's Blade.
Yeah, so Fall of the Argosy is on Amazon to pre-order. And it's due to release 2 days before my birthday.
Nice.
14th of October.
We have a Liv and a Charlie.
We have a Liv. Hello, Charlie.
Hello. Yeah, my mum's reading Way of the Argosy for Readathon. She's got the Way of the Argosy in paperback. It's out in paperback? I thought it was only
She's in America though.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, it's a bit bigger. Yeah.
I love but also hate looking at my Sebastian de Castell stack. I was gonna get Trader's Blade like in the Greatcoat series in hardbacks, but then I've looked at the covers and none of the covers that come up on Amazon anyway match. So I'd have the hardbacks, but they wouldn't match, and I would rather them match in paperback than not in hardback because it would do my nutting.
Yeah, so you could get it, but yeah, it would be a different size. Was it the Domino's pizza tracker? Because I love the Domino's pizza tracker.
The whole smiley face.
Dad jokes.
Yeah.
I love it.
I hate Domino's when I come to yours. I don't think that's the only takeaway with not getting whilst I'm at yours.
Yeah. Decided Fashion's Readathon to finish Folk of the Air trilogy. Yes.
I've read so many mixed reviews about that series.
I mean, I get why people don't like it. It's one of those like trashy YA.
Is it like a burger?
It is. But like I live for it. It's one of my favourite series. but I do completely get why people don't like it as well. Yeah, my Cassandra Clare books kind of match and I finally have my as completed as it can get collection of Rune editions, so we're good with matching. Ooh, Where the Ghost Is 99p on Kindle. I just got the audiobook because I've got them all on audiobook. But it hurts that it's not Joe Jameson. I know why it's not, because it's not Kellen, but still. It's not Joe Jameson.
It's so funny, Joe Jameson's great. Junk food
Junk
books,
food
yep.
Okay, it is past. Should we do another half hour now that Liv's back?
Yes.
What are you eating?
I'm
Jaffa
ready.
cake? Is that a Jaffa cake? Blackcurrant flavour.
Blackcurrant.
Nice.
Yeah.
No, I don't like orange, but blackcurrant, I might have to give it a go.
I don't mind I quite like the pineapple ones. Don't mind the cherry ones, but
I don't even know the different ones.
John betrayed you.
Okay,
Okay, right.
Oh, man.
Let's go until now. Hello.
Cuckoo. Hello.
Hello.
Oh.
How did everyone do?
I managed to do 15 pages and pick out a movie to watch for tomorrow night.
Oh, what is it?
Money.
I'm gonna go for Pikachu, Pokemon Detective.
Ooh, what's that on? Is that on Netflix or Prime or something?
Prime.
Ooh, I've got Prime. I might have to sneak a bit of Pikachu.
Yeah, because it's the reason why I want to watch it is because Ryan Reynolds voices Pokemon, so Pikachu, and I'm like, I love Ryan Reynolds.
He's
camera
great.
looks hilarious, and when it first came out, I was like, I need to watch this. I just never got around to watching it, so I thought, you know what, I'll watch that.
I read 26 pages, so I'm now about through.
Yay. I managed 31 that time, so
Ooh,
it's picking up, which is good. I can see that Jade's had to leave for the Elderling Along live show, and Colleen's left. Yeah, I completely forgot that Gav's Patreon TBR was tonight.
yeah, no, so did I.
It's always a fun time. Harriet did 61 pages of Red Rising. Tony did 25 pages and is on chapter 4 now. Ate the pizza. Ooh, Charlie and Tom got Pikachu yesterday. Nice. Almost finished today's bedding pages. Nice.
My cat is currently asleep on me now.
I can
I
just
can
see
see his
his
little
head
head. Like, ooh.
poking up.
Oh,
What
it's
his
so
paws are
beautiful.
like. So cute.
He's just like, stroke me, mother.
At one point, he started playing with this. It would be a great idea to try and eat it. Cat, don't do that.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna dig out my Royal Readathon sleeve because apart from this and my graphic novels, they're all paperbacks. So I can use my Royal Readathon book sleeve.
Do you get your sleeves and things from Book Bestie?
Yeah, Liv designed us those book sleeves. Liv's got pink, I've got green, and Book Besties created it.
Oh, that's so nice of her.
A commissioned one. And Mom's back.
Hello. Yeah, I'm thinking I might get, because I really like them, and where we keep doing these readathons, I might get myself another one, but I might do it the black and rainbow, like the aesthetic that we've got at the moment, where it's black and then the where this is white as a rainbow. Do you want one as well, Becca?
Can I have one in hardback, please?
You want a hardback?
Because then I'll have a paperback and a hardback one.
She's like, please.
I'm like,
please.
I'll get it designed and probably get it ordered next month.
See, I've been looking at Book Bestie's stuff, and I really, really do want to get a couple of her.
Do it. They're amazing.
I have. You can't see it. Hang on. Let's see if I can. This.
Nope, Charlie's in the way.
Charlie.
Charlie.
I have my whole middle section of my cart is just full of dust jackets.
I've heard nothing but great things about her stuff. I've not heard anyone's. Wow.
They are all amazing.
Hardback.
Oh, that's pretty. Oh, I like that one.
I have that one in paperback.
And that's only the dust jackets. Sleeve wise, let's see which ones I've got of hers that are sleeves.
I don't read this. I don't read the sleeves. I don't use the sleeves at the moment because obviously the sleeves are for like protecting them when you go out, and I'm not going out anywhere. But
oh my gosh, there's so many. Oh, is that a tangled one I see under there?
Yes, I really want that one. I'm gonna get that in probably a sleeve, not a dust jacket, not a sleeve. This comment from my sister is hilarious because they have a cat called Patch who keeps coming in and crying outside my oldest nephew's door. until he gets let in.
Oh, that's how I got my one of my first cats that I got was a little kitten that was being neglected by its owners, and it used to follow me to and from school. So once it was just like, it started off like a few days a week, but then she'd start waiting outside school, so she'd obviously start getting the timings right, and then it'd be like a few weeks where she'd follow me home. Then Mum started feeding her, and then I was like, Mum, look, because she was so scrawny and you could see she was being neglected. So we found out who her owner was, and my dad was like, we're going to take her. And he was like, whatever. So I was like, yeah, okay.
Clearly a rubbish owner if he was just okay with you taking.
I know. It was
61
Nice.
pages left. Nice.
This is my latest one.
Is that the Bridgerton one?
It's the Bridgerton one. And I got a zip on this one.
I actually like the ones that you get from Fairy Loot, because the Fairy Loot ones that we've had are so sturdy. Love them.
This is my switch sleeve from Book Besties.
That's a Fairy Loot one.
No, Baby Yoda!
I don't know if you can see the little zip.
Oh, Baby Yoda!
I was like, I have to get this for my Switch.
I've got a Switch sleeve as well, but it's currently underneath my iPad at the moment, helping prop it up.
Yeah. But I like the inside as well. It's polka dots.
Mm. Oh, I do also have another one, which was another commission I asked her to do.
Oh, the
I think
BTS one.
The BTS one. I got a hardback cover similar to this, with some of my own artwork on it, and it's got lyrics from Life Goes On by BTS.
Oh, are they a lot more expensive or commissioned ones?
They're the same price.
What?
Same price. So they're the same price as a normal. So they're the same price as any of these that I've got.
You're joking?
The same price.
I think it's because you're the one designing it. She's not got to do the design herself. She's just taking a design like she does with the others, but yet they don't feed Patch. He just likes the company.
If you, I'm just going to show you this quickly because his head is.
How are you going to read now? Just like grab a book and be like.
I don't know how I'm going to read at the moment.
This is why you should have read
talk to Mum during our next reading sprint.
A floppy paperback, because then you could have easily held it with one hand.
I think the only floppy paper. Oh, he's gotten up. His head's up. I can move my arm. I think this is probably my floppiest paperback that I have on my TBR, and it's not really floppy.
I agree, Tony.
It's
very
so so cute.
He is so cute. I miss coming to yours and getting cat cuddles. I miss going to Charlie's and getting cat cuddles, even though they don't really cuddle. But
I'd say my cat don't. This one probably would, but my other one wouldn't. Alfie never cuddled you.
No.
Alfie never cuddled anyone.
More ours.
See, my
it with you, but
no,
one of the
my
cats
cat
that
would
we
kill
got.
your dogs. No word of a lie. They may be bigger than him, but he would attack them and try and kill them.
One of the cats we got from the RSPCA was the only cat that's ever taken to my dad more than me and my mum. And the only reason we got him, we went to the RSPCA looking for a cat, and then it was currently undergoing like some legal stuff with his owners. So at the time we went, he wasn't up for adoption yet. But we went in to see him, and the woman who was looking after him was like, he hisses at people and he starts to scratch at people because he's just been severely neglected. Like his owners let their other pet bite the back of his neck and like use him as like a little rag toy thing. And one of his cuts had got infected, so he just had surgery and he had like a scar down the back of his neck. And my dad was like, but he's so beautiful, can I go stroke him? And she's like, well, just be prepared, he will scratch you. Didn't touch him. Sat there, let me dad stroke him and purr, and he was just sat there purring. He's like, I want him. So we had to wait. I had to call every day for about 3 weeks to find out when he was ready for adoption because they don't reserve pets at the RSPCA where I'm from. So as soon as he was available, my mum left work early to go and pick him up. And she was like, right, we're having him. We called him Kit Kat, and it was this chocolate brown cat. It was so cute. I miss pets.
I miss my cat. My cat was absolutely gorgeous. As she got older, she would let you pick her up more and like cuddle more. But when she was a kid, she didn't like being picked up. She would scratch.
See, Alfie.
Yeah.
Alfie never was very particular about who let him pick him up. He was very particular and, wouldn't let certain people pick him up and got quite nasty. And when he had enough of attention, he'd let you know.
Yeah.
It was very much on his terms.
Yeah.
He passed away in December, and I've noticed that this one has become a lot more relaxed. He's so much more cuddly as well. I think it's also helped that we've been around 24/7 for a lot of this last year.
He is going to struggle when you go back to the office full time.
He struggled Thursday, Friday. Friday, he was in my room meowing at me when I came home.
Oh,
that's
heartbreaking, though. That is so heartbreaking.
To be fair, I had to go to the office the other day, like to do the switch. I was gone for the whole day, and they were like, the dogs were like wagging their tails and everything when I came in because I was gone for the whole day, and they're not used to it. They're used to me being around like all the time.
I'm excited to see me again. I want to see their reaction because they haven't seen me in a year.
No, they saw you in December and they saw you in September.
Did. That's true.
Because in December we was at the stage where you was allowed people in your garden, so we were sat in my garden in multiple layers.
Oh, that was horrible.
We
It was like, oh yeah, we can go outside.
Christmas. I don't care how much we go in a day, because it's about a 2-hour drive to get to Becca's from mine, and I was like, I don't care how long it takes. I don't care how to do it in one day. We're going to see each other for Christmas this year.
Because like our birthday presents, because obviously my birthday's March, Liv's is May, and last year we didn't get our birthday presents from each other until September. So Christmas we got them 2 weeks before Christmas, and birthday we're gonna get to do it next week, which will be 2 days after Liv's birthday. So it's only 2 months after mine. I've still got to wrap Liv's presents.
I still got to wrap yours as well.
I love this.
Well, my cat's just... He's like, you stopped stroking me.
And you've moved.
See, with my best friend, he's been my support bubble during COVID. So I didn't really get to see my family for the most intense part of the lockdown. So our birthdays have been able to spend them together. So I've been quite lucky in that respect because he's single and I'm single. So we've sort of merged households.
Yeah.
So he's kept me sane. Well, as sane as I can be. Not really sane, but
if me and Becca had to do that, we wouldn't have kept each other sane. I'm pretty sure if we were living together and we were only allowed to see each other, I'm pretty sure we would have formed some form of assassin's guild or something just to kill people.
See, we both worked during the whole pandemic though. So he used to work for W.H. Smith and I worked for a private doctor's surgery. So we both worked during the pandemic. So by the time we do get together, we generally caught up on RuPaul's Drag Race, or we just started watching some random stuff on Netflix, or we started playing old school games. We found his old Sega and his old Nintendo and played Mario and stuff. It was just so much fun.
I love the old consoles. My favourite game on, I think it's the SNES, is Bubsy the Bobcat, and no one's ever heard of it. And it's the best game ever.
We played Bomberman 2.
There was Bubsy 1 and Bubsy 2, and they were the best.
Is that a little worm thing?
No, it was a bobcat. And he
No, I
was
don't.
hilarious. I love Bubsy. Like we
We
still have
played
the steps
Mario.
downstairs, and I want to replay them all.
Played Mortal Kombat, even though I didn't really like playing Mortal Kombat. We played the Simpsons game, which was so hard. And you don't realise how hardcore the old school games were, because now you can save your progress and whatever. But if you died, right back to the beginning of the game, even if you've gone through like...
Unless you had the codes, you had to write down the
Yes,
codes when you
yeah.
finished a like level or something, and then you could carry on from that point.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Savage. But the Simpsons game didn't even have codes, so
We're
it
showing
was
our
just...
age, aren't we?
I was gonna say, I never really played video games until the Nintendo DS came out. That was when I started playing video games, and even then they weren't really video games. They were things like Nintendogs, Animal Crossing, and sort of like world games where there's no real feature to them. They're just sort of like there.
Pokemon, Mario, Tetris.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All of those.
PlayStation came out, I did.
I did have Pokemon. I did have Pokemon on Nintendo DS.
Which one?
I played Pokemon there.
Which
I only played Pokemon 1, yeah.
I think I had Ruby.
Oh, okay. See, I had the original Game Boy, like the old school one, and I had the first three. I had like the Pikachu, the Bulbasaur, and the Charmander cartridges, and then I got the Game Boy Color, then I got the Game Boy Advance, then I got the original DS, and then the DS
that's
Lite.
Right. I did have the Game Boy Advance. I remember having that.
I had the I think it was like a special edition. It was like a translucent lilac type one. Because
I never got into Nintendo's back in the like Game Boy stuff back in the day. I got a Nintendo DS when it came out, and I think I don't know which Pokemon it was, but I played Pokemon on that for a bit. And there was something called Professor something or other where you like...
Yes, Professor Layton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I played that. But then I played PlayStation, so I had like Croc, Tomb Raider, Crash Bandicoot.
I'm going to disappear for like 5 minutes. I'll be back. I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Okay.
Crash Bandicoot and all that kind of like old school stuff, and yeah.
I just got the for the Xbox. I got the remastered Spyro game.
Spyro.
Loved Spyro. Yeah.
Save the Dragons.
No, I'm pretty sure my mum had the Advance SP and I had the Advance. The Advance SP was the square flip one.
My God.
But the Advance was like a little like block that you played.
Yeah.
It was like I don't know where I've put my Xbox controller, but it was like a controller
Yeah.
for like not a handheld one. Yes. Oh yes. FIFA. Buffy.
FIFA is.
Yes.
Buffy? I didn't know Buffy was a game.
There was a Buffy game. I know there was a Buffy game on the PS1 because I played it at my friend's once, but I never actually had it myself.
See, I played Assassin's Creed. I played my Assassin's Creed and me and Mum played it, and I was so chuffed for myself when I'd completed it, but I was also annoyed with myself because I couldn't collect all the flags. And like, you have to... Have you ever played Assassin's Creed? You have to get all the DNA strands lit up, and I was like, there was so many DNA strands that I couldn't light up, and I went back and I actually started to go back to it from the beginning to try to get all the flags and stuff, and then I just gave up on them because I couldn't look at it anymore. I deleted it off the game, and then I sold the game because I was like, I can't complete, so I'm not keeping it.
On the old Xbox 360, I used to, when I went around my friends, we used to play Prince of Persia, and then we watched the film, which Jake Gyllenhaal was in, and I loved it. And then they're remastering Prince of Persia as well, and it was supposed to come out like last year, and then it got pushed back to March this year, and I was like, oh great, my birthday's in March. Been pushed back to the 31st of December, and I'm like, I just want to play Prince of Persia again. Oh, it was my mum that had the Buffy game on the PS1. I do remember playing it around her friends as well, though. Like, I remember playing a lot of games around her house. Because her older brother had like so many games and would just let us play them when he wasn't around.
Yes, I used to play a
Yeah.
PlayStation. I used to use with my dad's. Well, sometimes when I talk about stuff that I did when I was younger, I feel really old, like trading Pokemon cards. And
Yes.
at one point, there were these Spice Girls cards or stickers that you could get, and I was obsessed with getting these Spice Girls stickers from my local shop. And we used to be able to buy penny sweets and get like
Penny sweets.
penny, like nowadays, like the cheapest you can get is like a 5p sweet or a 10p sweet. It's like a. My mum used to have it to a shop with 50p. Like, get yourself a 50p mix. I was like, oh my god, 50p.
Now that'd get you like 5 sweets.
I know. Oh god. When I found out how much Freddos were now, I'm like, back in my day.
Back in my day, they were 10 pence.
Oh god. Sometimes I feel so old. What was it? Someone who used to work
You
with.
guys having fun without me?
We're talking about 1 penny sweets back in the
1p
day.
sweets.
And Freddos being 10 pence.
I remember Freddo's being 10 pence, but I don't remember sweets being 1p.
Oh.
You're only 2 years younger than me. How?
I never really sort of. I remember like 5p sweets from like my local business. We call it the Mars a Day shop because it used to have the advert a Mars a Day advert on top of the side.
So that was automatically the name of the shop.
It was Mars a Day.
Mars a
So that
Day
was the name of the
shop.
shop. And I remember having like 5p like sherbet straws and things from them, but it was on the other side of the village, so we always used to go to the one stop when I was younger, and now it's Tesco's Express, which is like a 2-minute walk from my house.
Yeah.
So we always just went there instead and got bags of sweets.
Yeah, see, we could go to our sweet shop, and you know the Haribo cola bottles and cherries and strawberries? They were 1 pence each.
Yeah.
1 penny each.
Little turtles.
Yes, and by the end of secondary school, they were 5p each.
I know.
And I'm like, no, I don't.
But at the start of secondary school, it cost me 20p on the bus to get from my house on the school bus. There's like a special school bus that went straight to my school. And by the time I left school, it was like £2.10 to get from my house to school. I was like, oh god.
We had a free school bus.
Oh no, we didn't. We had
School.
I mean, in London, obviously, any under 16s have oysters, but I don't know if it's been extended to under 18s now, because obviously you have to stay in some sort of education until 18 now. So it would make sense for them to have extended it to 18. Because when I was in college, once my 16 plus one, once my 11 to 16 one ran out, I had to get the 16 to 18 student one, and because I was in college, you had to pay, but it was discounted.
Yeah.
But
gone are the days that I can't get anything discounted.
I miss my student discount. It's been so long.
I know. Gone are the days of discounted travel. Full price only.
But yeah, now it's full price.
I know. Makes me feel so old.
Yeah. Should we go again at 25 past and read for 35 minutes?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Instead of 30 minutes, like mix it up a little bit. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to go for, because I am actually getting pretty tired.
How the hell does Jade not do this for like 10 hours?
Yeah. Wasn't it like 13 hours once?
Yeah, they've made a record somewhere. It's like some
we
kind
were
of
at
record.
6.5 hours nearly.
Yeah, it's. I don't know how people do any longer than that. To be fair, because I mean, it's different when you sat there just sort of chilling in the chat, but when you just you don't realise how much it actually starts draining you when you're
Yeah.
I think
Much
also,
respect.
Love bullet journal spreads. Like,
I think also the fact that when I'm doing, like, when I'm watching the reading sprints, whilst they're talking, I'm doing other things.
Yeah.
yeah,
So I feel like I'm doing more with my day.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'm not gonna lie, since when me and Becca started talking at 12:30, since 12:30, I've read 56 pages, gone for a walk, and eaten chocolate. That is
Yeah.
what I've done.
My mum's only going to manage one more sprint. I might manage one, maybe two.
I think I'm going to do one more, but then I need to pack for tomorrow because I haven't packed.
Okay,
Oh,
we'll do that then. We'll have one more sprint, have a little bit of a chat, and then we'll leave it there for today.
Good ideas.
Right, it is 25 past. Let's read until the hour and see you in 35.
See you later.
I got a message from her. She got to a certain bit. I can't bother to do maths. I'm calculating it. Oh, I did better that time. Yay! Finished the book.
Sharon finished as well.
She's bloody reading Witch War with my sister. Another chapter done.
Another one bites the dust. Oh no, Liv! Oh.
I mean, I want to apologise in advance for making you read this book, but trust me, it's worth it. You're muted.
Like, I don't know why. Like, how I managed to read. This is the part. Like, so I was on 56. I'm now on 82. I read like 30 pages.
Nice. How many did you do, Lisa?
I didn't do a lot because I jumped on watching Gavin's Patreon play TBR, right? And it's just yeah. Really went out the window, so I think I read like another chapter, so I'm almost halfway through now.
Nice.
But
I
I'm
mean,
gonna read the rest of it tonight.
I did 36 pages that time. So I'm like...
You have got a chunk through that today.
Yeah, and do you know what though? I'm still unsure on the plot, but the two main characters, I'm here for them.
Yeah.
I feel like this is going to be a character book for me and not a plot book.
Yeah.
But
I think I might have to unhaul it then.
yeah,
I don't
I'm
think.
only to page 76 in Outlawed. Also started another book on women with ADHD. Ooh.
Oh. Interessante.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, that was the perfect comment to do that too. Because yes, it was around about that page.
What, for this book?
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure it was page 62.
It's very early in the book, and I'm pretty sure that thing that happens early on is in the blurb, but I didn't read the blurb, and then
I haven't read the blurb, and I'm not
me.
going to read the blurb.
I got the thing spoiled for me, and everyone was like, "Oh, but it's in the blurb," and it's like, yes, but I don't read blurbs for my auto-buy authors.
I think even though I read the blurb and I knew it was coming, I didn't realise how early on it was in the book and how attached I would be and how looking forward I was to that certain event that was going to happen in 2 days' time.
Yeah.
And I'm like, just in shock.
Nice.
Right.
But speaking of SJM, we've just been on. I was just watching Play TBR, right? And I've heard little things about, because she's got an Israeli husband.
Yeah.
Gavin's not currently supporting her until she comes out and discusses it, which is fair.
She's very inactive on social media. She's rarely on social. I don't think she's even on Twitter at all, and she's rarely on Instagram. She literally goes on Instagram to post like any.
So she's not going to have seen any of this unless somebody in her life who knows her has come to her and said, "Look, this
Yeah.
article that you. But the one thing that bugs me about this kind of thing is it was something. I mean, I know that this conflict or this issue's been going on for a very long time,
Yeah.
and it's recently just got a lot worse. But when she wrote that, when she was involved in the article, she was just talking about how she loved going back to see her husband's family, and she was talking about her personal experience. So I just feel like, is it going to come to a point now where if you want to discuss anything that's remotely controversial at all, other people could cancel you for in years to come, you can't speak about it because you're famous in some way? Like,
Yeah.
I feel for people like that just
I
get
think
dragged.
I think it would have been a bit different if the article was like last week, but it was like 6 years ago.
And then they're also saying that because of this, then they're also pinpointing and picking out things that are apparently Zionist in a box.
Yeah.
And that kind of thing. I was just baffled by it all, to be honest. It's just crazy.
I mean, I've
don't-
been trying to stay off Twitter because
Yeah.
Twitter is a lot right now. There's so much, and
It is.
I'm going
what
on
I
there a
don't
bit,
like-
honestly.
What I don't like about cancel culture is that people try and find the smallest thing to cancel someone that they don't like.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
don't like that she's getting really popular on Book Talk and her books are going, out the window. So they will try and find the smallest, the tiniest thing
To do that by
some sort of
everybody.
conflict that's going on. Don't get me wrong, cancel culture I think is really important when I'm going to use J.K. Rowling as an example.
Yeah.
Yes.
She deserves to be cancelled after what she
There's
said.
literally no denying with
Yeah.
her.
She unashamedly said,
Nothing.
she was unashamedly backing herself with what she said, and she stood her ground and she was like, no, this is how I feel, this is what I think, and for that she can get in the bin. I don't care how many books of hers I had, she can just take a long walk off a short pier, I don't care, because that's just disgusting behaviour.
I find it really hard to listen to when they're picking on something that happened 8-9 years ago.
Yeah.
And she was talking about her own personal experience. She wasn't outwardly saying, "Oh, I support Israel because of this, that, and the other." She was literally just saying, "Oh, I went to Israel to see my husband's family." Like, I don't understand how people can try and cancel her over that.
It's the same in the beauty community with someone like Jacqueline Hill, because she had, and fair enough, what she did with the lipstick when she first did a launch, she messed up one of her launches when she first produced her line, and she made so many mistakes, but everything she launches now, people just at her for it. And she's, in the past year, she's been quite open about the alcohol issues that she's gone through and her personal issues that she's gone through. She's been open. She says, yeah, I've gained weight. Yes, I've had issues with alcohol, and this is what it's done to my body. But I'm working through this. I'm trying to. But all the times, everything she posts, you're fat, you're this, you're that. Like, you look disgusting, all this lot. And it's just,
like
I don't
people
understand.
Can't make mistakes anymore. They can't.
That's the thing. Yeah.
Like,
it is.
People, like, you make one mistake and you're cancelled over it. It's not like you've made a mistake and they've turned around and said, I want to learn from this mistake, help me learn from this mistake.
Yeah.
But people don't. They're like, well, you're over now because you've made this mistake. And it's quite... It's partly one of the reasons why I don't like putting too much information on social media, because yes, I'll share my experience with books and all of that, but putting too much on there, I'm never going to get to the level of Sarah J. Maas or Jacqueline Hill or anyone like that.
Yeah, no, I get what you mean.
But it's just that thought of, if I say something now, in 6 years' time, it might come and bite me on the arse.
See, it's even something as petty as I've started watching a YouTuber called Jamie French, and again she does something that I had a similar idea of doing, like makeup and movies, and I've just started binge watching some of her stuff. And like last year, this guy called Alexis something or other, and basically she did the minute babyface challenge thing that everyone was doing. She turned it into a challenge, and she literally just posted a video, and without her knowing, like, that it had just gone viral, and everyone turned it into this big challenge. But because she didn't know who to tag as a creator, because she'd seen it everywhere and she didn't know who it came from, she didn't tag anyone and give anyone credit. And then this Alexis Stone character, who didn't even create it to begin with, this technique of doing the babyface, just came for her and was just like saying, "You need to credit me." Not only did he do that, he took it one further and then started posting on his Instagram, put a fat suit on. Like, because he does illusion makeup and he does like illusions of celebrities, he did an illusion makeup looking like her. And then like did loads of like this did the Insta story with him on is in a fat suit and like taking the mick out of her because she did a makeup technique and a babyface challenge that she thought might have been fun, just as a laugh. She didn't expect it to go viral or anything, and just because she did that, like she got so much hate for it, and I'm just like, I don't understand people. In a way, like I'm glad that I found like the few people that I found in this community that you could just talk to and stuff. And although it would be nice to like gain more following and stuff, on the other hand, the pressure that it would come with, you can't say anything or do anything.
The shit you have to deal with as well.
Yeah.
Like, it just...
The slightest thing you say or do, you've got to be so careful. And that's not me. That's not me. Like, if I think something, I want to say it, but I'm not racist. Like, I'm not, like, you can tell by my skin colour, but I'm mixed race, and I've always been brought up to accept everyone the way that you, and treat everyone the way you like to be treated. I've been brought up in that way, so I'm quite lucky that I've been brought up to accept other people, but it's just, you are right with Twitter, and especially TikTok now. I don't like looking through comments on TikTok. I'll scroll through some videos.
I never look at the comments.
The one thing that does annoy me is that no matter how many times I say I'm not interested, Andreas and his brother keep coming up on my feed. The bloody what's it twin? That's between brothers. The Andreas and Tone. Was it Tone?
I don't know. I'm on Book Talk, Althea Mafia, and Thirst Trap TikTok.
I'm on Marvel Thirst Trap TikTok, which consists of Tom Hiddleston and Anthony Mackie, which I'm not hating.
That's the Thirst Traps that I'm on as well. The Marvel Thirst Traps. I blame you for that one.
I do like dance TikTok, I'm not going to lie.
Whenever I see them, I send them to you because I'm like, oh, Becca will like that. And because I'm sharing it, I get more of them on my For You page.
But I'm not going to lie, I do like some of the dancers and the viral dances and stuff. And it's just so funny to watch.
I would be scared too. After reading like the first 82 pages, I would be scared too. Don't get too attached to any of the characters.
Right, okay, I've got Crescent City ready and waiting to read in the next couple of months, and now I don't want to read it.
Read it. I put it off for like...
I'm going to cry.
I put it off for like 6 months. I pre-ordered it, so I got it on like release, and then I just kept putting it off. And I completely agree with this. I remember like almost everything about the book. It was amazing. Or should I read Prodigy? Prodigy? Or the fourth Witcher book?
I've not read either.
I've not read either, but I have read at least part of the Witcher series, so I'll say the Witcher.
Prodigy just reminds me, I'm a fire starter, a wicked fire starter.
My name is Kay and I deny it. It's smart. You get sucked into the hole and
I
only downloaded TikTok for BTS. That was the only reason why I downloaded TikTok, because I was like, oh, BTS's TikTok, I'm going to download TikTok and see their TikToks. And then
The rest
lockdown
of it just
happened.
pulls you in. It's like, come
I
watch
was
me.
one of those people who downloaded TikTok ironically thinking I would just watch a few. A year later, and I actually have a thing on my phone which means it tells me when I've spent more than an hour on it, and it's pointless, and my boyfriend laughs every time he sees me do this because it does the little thing saying time limit, and I just go ignore for today. So it's pointless me having the
But TikTok does that itself. If you are scrolling too much on TikTok, there's those adverts that come on, and it's other TikTokers that have done it. And one of the ones is a girl that walks through like absent-mindedly with a phone, and it's just like, take a break. Your eyes need a break, and I'm like, a break from what? I'm not doing anything.
As soon as I see her walk through that door, I just scroll. I don't even watch the full video. I'm like, I know what that is.
Yeah.
Nope. Next.
Didn't read anything because I was busy. Fair. It's fine. Harriet's back. We did just do the last sprint. We are going to be going soon because we have been live for over 7 hours, which is...
This was
Wow.
like my first proper live, and I had so much fun.
It has been so much fun. It's the first... Well, I mean, it's the first proper one that we've done, because the first one there was only like 5 people there. So we've had...
And
like,
previously,
more
before
people.
that, we only did Instagram lives, and there were like 2
Yeah.
people.
Yeah. So this has been a bit more of a success. I downloaded TikTok ironically at the start of lockdown.
Yes.
This is my motto for life right now. And my friend got to the point where she just stopped opening the TikTok app because people kept sending her TikToks, like me, and there were so many notifications. She just doesn't go on it, so I have to send them to her in Facebook Messenger now. And she replies to them there. I think she's actually sent me one, but I haven't like checked it. Nope, she sent me a fan fiction.
I've never read a fan fiction ever.
I live for fan fiction.
I've never read any fan fiction, and another person that's been chastised in the media recently, Robin Hobb, for kicking off saying that she doesn't like people who do fan fiction, and she just went off on a rant. She doesn't think it's flattering. She thinks it's people basically just ripping off her work and trying to make more money or more notoriety off work that she's done.
You don't
And then
make money off fan fiction.
And she said something along the lines of like, she's basically saying they don't like how her stories ended, so they tried to change the story to fit how they wanted it to go, rather than appreciate the fact that she's left it the way it was, sort of thing.
See, I don't see fan fiction that way. Like, for example, with Marvel fan fiction, I apart from Cap's story, I really like how like Endgame ended, but I like seeing other alternative. It's like an alternative ending.
Yeah.
You get them on DVDs for films. It's an alternative.
Yeah, you do.
ending.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I also
I
find
feel like
that
this was aimed at you probably saying you never read fan fiction, but it would also work for the whole Robin Hobb thing as
Yeah.
well.
I feel like fan fiction also kind of gives people an outlet to be creative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like we get so attached to these characters, and we create these characters differently. So, you know, I might see Bryce in this completely different to how you two end up reading it.
Yeah.
And what I love about fanfiction is being able to read what these people think these characters would do.
Yeah.
See, it's only recently that I've sort of found what fan fiction is, so I've not really read any fan fiction. So if you do have any fun fanfic, drop me a message.
Most of the fanfic that I read is quite smutty.
I like smutty books.
I'm gonna not share what
Yeah, no, I wouldn't recommend any of Becca's fanfiction that she reads.
I read mostly reader inserts, okay? And it's always like Loki or
One
Cat or
fanfiction
Buffy.
I'm really loving one fanfiction at the moment. It's on AO3. It's called Dark Light, and it is a continuation after Akasuf.
I
Oh,
love
I
it.
think you told me about this one.
Yeah, it's currently being updated like twice a week, and it's about Azrael and his mate. And there's a little bit of smut, but it doesn't actually have plot in it, and it's really good plot as well.
Yeah, I read a Loki one that was like that, and it was like it ended up being like 30 chapters long, and they were proper chapters, and it was amazing. The plot was incredible, like
Yeah,
amazing. But
I
I'm
do
reading one at
love
the
Loki.
moment.
It's just,
Huh?
I do love Loki. It's just, especially when Tom Hiddleston plays him. Just
Oh,
top
I
tier.
love Tom Hiddleston anyway, but like Loki and Tom Hiddleston. Oh, yes. As you can tell, he's my favourite character.
Are we still on for doing the Thor movie
Yes.
marathon?
That's not a question, Liv, of course.
How very dare you ask such a thing?
I mean, I still do. Fanfiction was the reason I started to write. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's
now I write my own
amazing.
stories. Exactly. Like, it's sort of like a stepping stone for some people into actually writing. Show me, but I'm a PWP?
Porn without
Porn without plot.
Porn without plot.
Yeah.
You might like the Vipers then, because the plot after halfway still goes down the shitter. Seriously.
But I also like. Don't get me wrong. I really like one shots that aren't porn without plot, but I find that like if it's a multi-chapter, it needs to have a little bit of plot for me. Like I can't.
Oh yeah.
Just have.
To be fair, with Den of Vipers, like for me, as I said it in my vlogging, I've said it multiple times. For me, it's just how their minds work. Just really, what made them so fucked up. I really just want to get inside the minds to find out why they are the way they are. And the smutty scenes were actually all right, but then it got to a point where you got halfway through the book and you thought, all right, well, in a normal book, this could be the ending, but then it just dragged out, and it was like the last half of the book, the last 200 pages, she shoved all the smutty scenes in that she just couldn't fit in at the beginning of the book, and it was just like...
I do feel like that sometimes a book can have too much smut.
Yeah.
Like,
two very different people.
I feel like there's a level of smut that's like, yes, there's
I get what
level
you mean.
of smut. But if you keep doing the same scenes, like sex scenes, like again and again and again, not necessarily the same, but just like constantly, they go into a room, they have sex, they go into a room, they have sex. Like
yes, it became that.
Reading it.
That. Yeah.
I get bored. Like, give me a little bit of plot.
Yeah.
On that note, should we say goodbye? Because I could talk about this for hours.
But I don't care if it's smutty or not, then just send me your fan fiction because I want to get into it. So that face says it all.
This is one of my most used emojis. Mine is the sparkly heart.
That's what we people are.
It is. We agree. But
okay, right.
It was brilliant.
Thank you so much to everyone who joined us. I know there's not many people left now, but everyone that did join earlier as well that aren't.
Round of applause for staying with us.
Thank you, Liv, for co-hosting and creating graphics, and thank you, Lisa, for joining us today. It's been very
You're welcome.
fun.
It has been.
So, thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Night.
Bye.
Royal Way.
I don't know how to. Royal Way.